The following program is for adult audiences only.
Young, and we didn't want to be exposed. Even though it was cold, we were never wearing proper clothes. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, smoking cigarettes behind the school. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, you know. I still think about what we had when we were younger. We were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. Driving in a car, never knowing how far we go. When we were younger, oh, when we were younger. I remember a girl, I would sneak into her parents' house. I could stay for hours, and we looked into each other's eyes. Hey, I thought I was Romeo, I was looking for my Juliet. And as soon as I left, I told my friends. Those days made me who I am. When we were younger, we were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. Driving in a car, never knowing how far we go. When we were younger, oh, when we were younger. When we were younger, we were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. When we were younger.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and my good buddy, Kenny, the Vaping Heed.
Hey! Hello.
Yeah!
Good to
Another
see you.
awesome episode for you
ya.
guys today. Kenny's in a good old mood today, so am I. We've been sitting here chatting away for the past hour, and he's like, hey, maybe we could be a little early today instead of late. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm like, yeah, we can arrange that. We can do that. So we got all kinds of wonderful news for you guys today. And I don't know if you guys have heard, but Trump vows to save the vape industry if he gets reelected.
Yes. Oh,
So now you can understand the thumbnail for today. Vaping gets political. And all the advocates are like, no, we got to stop that. No, you don't want vaping to be political. It should be science-based. It should be backed on science. Vaping's always been political. They've been politicizing, the antis have been politicizing vaping for the longest time. Look at all the news that we talk about every week. Oh, teenagers are vaping. We got to get vape detectors in schools. It's so bad for everyone.
Yeah, it's no good.
Kenny sent me some news from
Well,
France. From France. Beautiful, beautiful video. We'll show little snippets of it today. But, you know, they're getting the facts out there. Kind of like A Billion Lives. The video, Billion Lives. If you haven't seen it, it's available on Tubi for free. You don't have to pay for it anymore. If you haven't seen A Billion Lives, go watch it now. Bloody fantastic. All the facts about it.
Don't watch it now. You're
controversy.
going to watch the show first. No.
Yes.
Watch
yes.
the show first. Not that.
I'm sorry.
No. Don't watch it now. Don't watch it now. After the show, yeah. All of a sudden, your
I
chat
get
goes,
so excited.
"Bong, Vandy."
I get so excited. I get so excited about pointing all the facts out. We're saving the kids, not the aunties. It's not the American Heart Association. It's not the American Lung Association. They want to ban vaping. They want people to quit or die. In other words, they want people to keep smoking cigarettes. So, yes, Mallory's 100% right. There's more to voting than just a single issue, except for me. Vaping is a single issue. I'm a single issue voter when it comes to vaping. If I can whittle out what the candidate's policy is on it, that's all that matters to me. I don't care whether a Democrat, a Republican, a communist, a socialist, I don't care what they are. Government is a representation of hundreds and hundreds of people. So having one of those schmucks in there that you totally oppose everything else he stands for, if he's behind your back when it comes to vaping, I want him there. We need to get this thing in the forefront.
Ooh. He had to enlighten me on that, William. He says there was a court hearing the other day in the Supreme Court. I don't know.
It's in the Supreme Court's hands. They haven't sat on it yet. They've collected amicus briefs from all the different representations. It's out there. Matter of fact, Brent Stafford did an amazing job with the Vape Law guy out there talking about the amicus brief from the vape industry to the Supreme Court and why this is so monumental. And I was really, I don't know, I can't say I was surprised. I knew that this was more than just vaping. For the Supreme Court to hear a case, it can't be just about what you said it was about. They need to see the bigger picture of it before they get involved because they only have so many hours in the day, right? So the Supreme Court is going to hear this case because for the longest time, regulators have determined law. And the Supreme Court says, no, that's a judge's job to determine what the law is. What is the meaning of a law? It is not up to a regulatory agency to determine what the laws are. Even though in a lot of circumstances, like the environment per se, when Congress writes a law, they don't know jack shit about the environment. So they write a law that's in broad in scope for the FDA to use its regulatory authorities to take public comments, to come up with the actual regulations that, people have to follow. So in that regards, it's understandable why Congress's rules are so ambiguous. But when you come up with something like what's appropriate for the protection of public health, and their ideology and their actions demonstrate that they just want to ban everything except for big tobacco, it becomes obvious that what they're doing is not interpreting the law the way it was meant to be interpreted. And that's a judge's job to determine that. And the judge in the Fifth Circuit has already determined that, and the other circuits have ruled the opposite way about it. So you can't tell me that it's not political. Vaping has been political this whole time. People just haven't been paying attention to it.
You've just kind of highlighted something there that I watched earlier on the day, right? I mean, it's a bit of a tangent of vaping, but it was a guy who does videos about like TV licenses, all that shit in the UK. Like if you get a TV license, a guy knock on your door, you don't have to let him in, all that shit. And he had this one where the TV licensing company got a warrant to come to his address, and he still had the power to refuse him because the TV licensing in the UK is an act. It's a licensing act, and it's not a law. And because it was an act, he'd done his homework, and they couldn't come in and that. He was very clever, clued up guy, but he had these two policies and this TV licensing guy in the palm of his hand because they couldn't do fuck all because he says, the police, you can't come in because I haven't committed a crime, which he hadn't. And he says, this scenario with TV licensing is not a criminal act. It's a civil act. It's an act. It's not an actual law. And honestly, the stuff he was coming out with is clever as fuck. I was going, go you, go on, go you. Like laws, difference between a law and an act. It was very clever homework on his behalf. Like, brilliant stuff. Definitely worth a watch.
And there we have.
Sorry.
Here's Brent talking about it.
Pre-market tobacco application process, which was deemed arbitrary and capricious by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. With the FDA rejecting 99% of applications and issuing countless marketing denial orders, the industry's future is hanging by a thread. Now, with SCOTUS stepping in, especially after recent rulings limiting the power of federal agencies, there's renewed hope that the U.S. vaping industry just might survive. And joining us today to break down the details of this landmark SCOTUS hearing is longtime guest and RegWatch's legal soothsayer, Greg Troutman. Greg.
There you go, man. Check it out.
Good stuff, mate. It's all positive news, man.
Very, very good news. And despite not having it on the thumbnail and not putting it in the description, not updating it because I wasn't sure what I was going to grab, I literally grabbed it like right before I sat down. The Vandy Vape Jackaroo, we're going to unbox that today. That's a retro vape.
So just touching on that, right? Say this High Court approves the vaping side. Will that have to go through political? Will the government have to act on that, or is that just a stepping stone?
Well, see, here's the current state of affairs in there. And I understand this can be very confusing if you haven't been following it along, from day one and then every single week, when something new comes out, jumping on board with the latest information. What's happened is the vape manufacturers have all been denied by the FDA. Blanket denials. We know that for a fact, right?
Well,
millions and millions of applications have been denied. Meanwhile, only 34 applications have been authorized, and they're all sold by Big Tobacco.
Right,
because of what the FDA has determined is appropriate for the protection of public health. The problem is, during this journey, they've straight up lied to manufacturers and told them that their marketing plans were going to be paramount because if you market this thing where not a single child in the country can get a hold of your product because of your marketing plan being so restrictive, and you demonstrate that even one smoker's life can be saved, well, then it's obviously appropriate for the protection of public health. Because here you have a product that is demonstrated to save lives, and no new teenagers will become users of your product. But the FDA, during its court hearings, when the manufacturers were suing them for their denial, admitted it didn't even look at the marketing plans that you were told were going to be the most important thing in the world. We didn't look at it. Not one page.
Oops.
We did look into the science because the science is what it is. And then there's this fatal flaw memo that was issued in the FDA because they had to get rid of all these applications. When they first came up with the regulations for the PMTA process, thought there was only going to be a couple thousand applications submitted for products. Never in the history of the United States did the FDA get that guesstimate. And actually, I think it was the Congressional Budget Office that actually came up with that estimate. Never in the history did they get it that wrong before, where they thought it was going to be thousands, and here it was almost 100 million applications. When you add up the nicotine applications for nicotine products, and then you add up the salt nic, and then you add up the tobacco-free nic applications, we're approaching 100 million applications. 100 million products.
That's right, because it wasn't just for illegal, it was for everything, hardware, everything. You had to have a PMTA for everything, didn't you? Down to the coils.
Each individual thing had to have its own. So if you had a flavor that you only sold one flavor of this, right? Well, you sold this in 0 milligram and 3 and 6 and 12 and 18 and 30 and 50 milligram. Each of those required its own application because we've got so many people at the FDA spending so much government money, $1 million a day. They should be able to process those applications, no problem. So the regulatory process that they came up with is utterly preposterous. Clive Bates even pointed that out in the e-cigarette summit, how this is just ridiculous. They should have set a set of rules of this is a list of ingredients you're not allowed to put in your thing. You must register, kind of like what the EU does. How many times has Clive pointed out that, the EU has a much looser regulatory model where there's a list of things you can't put in. You have to register your products so that we know what's being sold and what isn't being sold. You have to list what your ingredients are so that if down the future some scientist figures out that, this ingredient is bad, well, we can add it to the banned list, and we can notify all you, because we already know what's in your products, that your product needs to be removed from market because this is banned, and you, if you want to keep selling it, have to remove it from your product. But no, they didn't do that. They made a ridiculous thing where every single little thing you might sell that's a piece or part or component of a vaping thing must have its own PMTA authorization to be sold.
Basically, it's come back to fucking haunt them, and it's come back to bite them in the ass.
Yes. and during this conversation with Greg Troutman, they even discussed the fact that the whole reason this came to be is because the FDA wanted to ban flavors a long fucking time ago. And they knew that they couldn't get Congress to do it, and the Congressional Budget Office wouldn't allow them to do it. So they had to do it kind of ass backwards, backhanded, to get their flavor ban that they keep saying is attractive to teenagers. Meanwhile, 98% of the products on the market are being sold to adults because that's what adults want. The only people that want tobacco flavors, for the most part, are the people that are trying to quit smoking. But once they quit and they're exclusively vaping, all of a sudden that tobacco doesn't taste very good.
No.
And the idea of, a creme brulee or a blueberry pie or a peach cobbler or a lemon tart all of a sudden sounds so much more enjoyable. But they don't want you to know that part. They just think that you should only have tobacco. Kind of like what happened.
Stop listening flavors. Stop
like
it, you make us hungry.
Kind of like what happened when Trump had that meeting on 9/11 with all the people that were trying to either ban or save vaping. And he claims that, he saved vaping then, and he's going to, if he gets reelected, he's definitely going to save the whole industry now, what's left of it. But like Kenny and I had this conversation too, he was under the impression, he's like, yeah, well, he didn't say vaping. And I'm like, I had the same idea until I rewatched this whole meeting again. How many years? 3 years later now? And I came to realize the only reason we have e-liquids and open tank systems on the market now is because he didn't ban it. He could have banned it back then, but he didn't. He only banned flavored sealed pods, which he thought was not really banning anything because Juul already admitted to him in the meeting that we don't sell those anymore because, we thought they might be too attractive to kids, so we just don't sell them. So he was trying, in his brain, he's banning something that's already been removed from the market, so it's not like a bad thing. Banning that just means that China couldn't manufacture a bunch of these flavored things that fit in the Juul pod, but wasn't manufactured by Juul. So he thought it was a win-win. Tobacco 21 for him was a win-win because, teenagers in high school were obviously getting them from their recently graduated friends. So if they couldn't access them anymore because it was now a 21 and over product, well, we would solve this whole teen vaping problem because teens wouldn't get it. Except from the black market, which he also talked about in that meeting. Oh, we'll cover all this in the news. But don't tell me that vaping hasn't been political this whole time.
Of course it has. Everything's political in this day and age, man.
Exactly.
Everything. Everything's political.
Even science.
They're all
even
trying
science
to score
is political
points on each other. Of course it is. All the parties and all the bureaucrats are all trying to score points on each other. Look at your election campaign. It's the same here.
Oh man.
Same here as well. Labour's got in. Now everybody wants rid of them. They're thinking, what the hell did we vote these in for?
Why did we vote these schmucks in? They're worse than the last guy that we had.
Yeah, exactly.
At least the last guy that we had, we knew was predictable and could know what was coming down the pipeline, so you could kind of mount a front against it.
Oh, it's crazy. William, it doesn't work yet. It doesn't work. Williams, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. He's trying all the time. It don't work.
Kenny Spin does work.
It's not working the day. He's having complaints. Or was it the Zap one?
That's the Zap that they want. Yeah, Kenny Spin works.
There you go. See? Whoa, yeah, whoa, calm, dude.
Or I could just flip you.
Yeah, very funny. Down under now. All right, good eye, folks. Good eye, sport. Oh, look. Look over there. There's Darren. How you doing, mate?
Yeah. The world down under. We got some news from there, too. They were talking about how, around here when they pass laws that are over restrictive and whatever, and you always have somebody that goes, you know what? I don't think that's constitutional. Let's challenge this in court. What if the current laws in Australia are not constitutional when it talks about vaping?
Vaping is better than smoking.
I'm sorry, Alex, but when they flip you, all that's visible is your head.
Upside down.
It's just your head.
Isn't it cool?
Actually, you can actually make a face with you upside down. You can make a face with you upside down. Your cheeks are your eyeballs and your beards your hair.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. I love it. I love it. Not when my battery dies.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh, I didn't hear the fireworks.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right. I think it's time for us to jump in the news.
Yeah, we haven't had Dangle Clacks for a while, so let's move along.
Ron Jeremy, hello and welcome. Devin J69, hello and welcome. Brent Whitley, Cheryl Demers, and all of our regulars, hello and welcome to the stream. My apologies for jumping right past you. I've got all of your lovely receipts here, plus they are uploaded to the Discord server. So, if you ever wanted to take attendance at who comes to our streams on a regular basis, you can join the Discord server. Link in the description below. But first and foremost, for our news, I'm sure that, it's been a long time since we've talked about this, but especially here, if you're here in the United States, join CASA. Doesn't cost you anything to join CASA, but, they get to get one more tick on their representation scale of how many vapors they represent in this country, right? And if there's something that's going to happen in your Chris Earl, hello and welcome. If there's something that's going to happen in your town, your city, your state, they will send you an email to let you know, hey, man, they're getting ready to ban this or they're getting ready to do away with this. So you might want to contact your representatives and let them know that you don't want this shit to go away because you need this to stay alive. You need this to not smoke cigarettes. And Alex Clark, we all know Alex Clark, right? Chief Executive Officer for CASA. Well, I came across something on Twitter the other day that Alex Clark was testifying before Congress or was testifying somewhere. I'm like, oh, cool. What's going on? Let me catch up on this. And then I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't look like Alex Clark. Does that look like Alex Clark to you?
Unless he's had a sex change.
That's not Alex Clark. Or is it Alex Clark? And then, wait a minute. It's not a testimony. It says a round table. American Health and Nutrition, a second opinion. Well, let's find out what's going on.
In 1985, newborn millennials had to follow a schedule of just a handful of vaccines. Today, a child following the recommended vaccine schedule will receive up to 70 shots by the time they turn 18, including 27 before he or she turns 2, and as many as 6 shots in a single visit. Are all these shots producing healthier kids? According to the data, no. Are we allowed to even ask? Also, no. Some parents who've asked too many questions about the recommended vaccine schedule can find themselves reported to Child Protection Services. Or they will get kicked out of their pediatrician's office for not being compliant. This is America, the land of the free. Parents are being held hostage. They did not sign up to co-parent with the government. We want a divorce.
Holy cow, we want a divorce from the government because we didn't sign up to co-parent with them. And the other reason I included this thing into the show, even though, oh, it's risque, you might get banned for it. I'm like, that doesn't stop us. We talk about things to talk about because that's what's going on right now. We're here to report the news. And this is news. We want a divorce from the government because we didn't sign up to co-parent with them. This is also left on the list and got into the show instead of me watch it later thing because my wife went to the doctors. Had a regular checkup, needed her prescription refilled. And while she was there, they were like, do you want a pneumonia vaccine? Do you want the cold vaccine? Do you want another COVID shot? Can we get you another vaccine? We think you should have all these vaccines. She was legit told to take, and tetanus. She's like, when did you have your last tetanus shot? She's like, I don't remember. Well, you need a tetanus vaccine too then. Well, wait a minute. I came here to get a refill on my prescription, and are you telling me that I'm not going to get the refill on my prescription unless I walk out of here with at least 6 shots? Well, no, that's not what we're saying.
What cost?
That's not what we're saying, but that's what you should have done. She's like, no, I just want a refill on my prescription, and I want to talk to you about a couple other issues that I've noticed that, I want to know if they're actually something I should worry about or not. I never even thought about pneumonia or tetanus. I'm like, well, you could at least got the tetanus shot. You're out there, cleaning up the yard and rusty nail. Listen, if I get poked by a rusty nail, I'll go get my tetanus shot. I'm like, okay. Your body, your choice. You get to make up what you want to have and what you don't want to have inside you. That's simple. If that wasn't true, then rape would be legal. Right? Well, according to Minnesota's Attorney General, they know what you should never put inside your body. And that would be everything that could come from a vape. And because, we know better than you, and we're looking out for you because we are your parents. The government is our parents. Didn't you know that? The government's everybody's parent.
I never knew I was adopted.
Yeah, where's my allowance? Well, Minnesota's Attorney General threatens to prosecute anybody that wants to sell legal vapes.
Oh, no.
Because he thinks that this should just all go away. Especially the ones that, haven't applied to the FDA and haven't gotten authorization. And like, here we are in the same boat once again. Don't these people understand? Vape shops that are actually there to get people to quit smoking are the ones you're putting out of business. And convenience stores that will sell anything for the sake of convenience to make a profit, they don't care whether it's FDA authorized or not. Where do you think these disposables I have, my wife buys all the time, come from? The grocery store right next door, because it's a convenience store. Whatever you need, you can get it right there because it's convenient. No, Minnesota's Attorney General says, nope, all this shit needs to go by. It's all going to become illegal, and we're going to prosecute anybody that sells it. Kiss off.
Oh, shit.
In 1985, newborn millennials had to follow a schedule of just a handful of vaccines.
Goodbye,
Today,
you're loud.
A child following the recommended...
Thank you.
She was loud.
Holy cow. I got to cut back in Chrome to automatically apply a compressor to keep it from blowing your eardrums away, but that's loud. Anyway, from the land down under, we continue our news segment with Pippa's Live Breaking News. Vape sales now switch to crack dealers and away from tobacconist shops in central Victoria. All the tobacconist shops are being blown up, smashed in, lit on fire, or overtaken by the drug cartels as a storefront for them to sell you your illegal vapes, plus whatever else illegal you might want to buy. And for those places where the tobacconist shops burn down, well, guess what happens? Teenagers that want to get these things now have to go to your corner drug dealer, meeting them in the back alley to get your vaping products, your illegal vaping products. So a concerned father of a young daughter who knows she vapes has contacted me extremely worried that her nicotine addiction may expose her to a lot worse. Isn't this what tobacco control shoved down our throat? It's a gateway to harder drugs. Well, it wasn't until you banned it, you morons. My daughter has just told me now they have closed down the dodgy vape sellers in town at your convenience stores and your tobacconist shops. So everyone is going to their local crack dealer to get a vape. You go there for a vape and the guy offers you crack, Dad. The concerned father explained.
Yeah. You can just imagine it, don't you? Can I have a nice strawberry lime flavored vape? Yeah. But, after you get your little nicotine high, I've got something here that might get you even higher. Want to go?
That's what's going on down there. It's understood that after a few busts of illegal vapes that some shops in central Victoria have closed down, leaving the supply of vapes to go deeper underground to serious drug dealers. Well, this was the extremely predictable and inevitable outcome after black market Butler's prohibition on the sale and imports of disposable vapes. It is still very alarming to hear that this is where kids can go and get their stuff at. So they were never to be exposed to hard drugs because they walked into the corner store and bought their disposable vape. But now, since you can't get it there, these people aren't just going to magically stop wanting to get access to it. So they're going to go and get access to it, and they're going to get it from their local drug dealer. Sadly, this seems to be the dark direction that the war on drugs, transformed into the war on vapes, is now going. We've seen this before with the war on drugs, but to expose the most effective way to quit smoking to dealers of hard drugs is a whole other stage in this deplorable war on vapes by the Australian government. If only there was a measurement of what success could look like that, Australia could mimic, because this clearly is a quintessential failure to protect the children.
Without a doubt.
That's wild, man.
Disgusting. It's disgusting, mate.
That's just wild. But that's the world we live in.
Yeah. Bad shit. Not good. Not
Everyone
good,
complains about the weather.
All right, time for some quintessential science for you guys, right? Check this out.
Lasers? Really? To change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. Go ahead.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, we
Forrest Gump would be disappointed. Forrest Gump would be very disappointed to find out that it was raining sideways and even rain coming straight up from his feet up to his chest because of lasers pointed in the sky.
Really?
Do you guys know Michio Kaku? Japanese futurist. He's a physicist. Now, in all actuality, but he's the one that all the media and all the TV stations call to say, let's have a conversation about science. You know a lot about science. This guy takes very, very complicated science like string theory and distills them down for the commoners to understand. Kind of the same thing that Trump does. And Trump has the same problem that he does. Anybody with the lick of intelligence, after you listen to this guy talk for a while, goes, he's full of shit. That's not how it works. That's what we say about Trump, too. It's not that simple. You can't just throw a tariff on somebody and fixes the problem. Yeah, it'll achieve your goal in the short term, but there's resulting consequences down the road. Sometimes you can't just simplify things down to a very little thing. But if you want to be able to talk to the public, it's a necessity. Finding the right balance of how dumbed down do you want it to get is where you are either a success or a failure as a public speaker.
Ouch.
Realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're bringing in the laws of physics rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. And in the laboratory, sure enough, they precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down the beam. Firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning.
You think that's wild?
Wow.
He sat down with Joe Rogan.
ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity. You can manage everything. And
he sat down with Joe Rogan and had a conversation and got even deeper into the weeds on a bunch of other esoteric conversations because he's a futurist. He tells you what is possible. He knows the science that exists in the human consciousness now and the human understanding of that and can predict the future based upon where we are now, what direction we came from, and where we're going to be in the future. So he does have a gleaming concept on a bunch of things, but if you listen to him for too long, all of a sudden you end up being like, nah, this guy's a whack job.
This
But
guy
it is
for
possible.
real? What?
It is possible. So since we're talking about what is possible, let's continue the conversation. Talk about UFOs. Uh-oh. Try this again.
Person like yourself, you're in this documentary, A Tear in the Sky. And for a person like yourself who is a very well-respected scientist, to be discussing the subject of UFOs, to me it signifies that there's been a shift in the way our culture perceives these things.
That's right. It used to be the third rail of a
Yeah.
scientific establishment that if you talked about UFOs, you were pretty much relegated to being a nutcase, and the giggle factor kicks in, right?
Yeah.
But things have changed then, because of the fact that the military is now basically releasing hours of videotapes of things that defy the normal laws of physics. And the military has admitted that, quote, they're not ours. Before, there was always that ambiguity that maybe it's a new stealth bomber or a new fantastic device being prepared by the military. Nope. The military now admits that they're not ours. Then the question is, whose are they then?
Yeah, the 2017 New York Times article, in my mind, made that was a big shift, because when the New York Times is reporting about it and saying that this is major news and this is real and there's video evidence that they can't ignore, when you talk to high-level people at the government and people like Commander David Fravor, who had that infamous spotting off of the coast of San Diego, when you hear about people like that are very reputable, it starts to change the conversation in a lot of people's eyes.
Right. See, it used to be that one person would see something in the sky and say, look, Martha, look, there's something up there. Now things have changed. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. That is the gold standard for looking for these objects. Not just one person, but several people that are reputable. Not just radar, but visual sighting, infrared sensors, telescopic evidence. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. And so the burden of proof has shifted. It used to be the burden of proof was on the people who believed in UFOs. They saw something, prove it. Now the burden of proof has shifted to the Pentagon, to the military. Now they have to prove that these aren't extraterrestrial. And so I think there's been a sea change in the last just several years.
Very true, William.
50 years ago, there was a congressional hearing, and it was coming out of Project Blue Book. And there was a lot of laughter and a lot of jokes about little green men in outer space. 50 years ago, that's the way it was. Now, things have changed. Now people are looking at are they a threat militarily? What kinds of sensors do we have? What kind of metrics do we have? We now have, frame by frame, an analysis of these objects. These objects travel between Mach 5 and Mach 20. That's 20 times the speed of sound. These objects can zigzag, and we can measure the G-force inside this object. The G-forces are several hundred times the force of gravity. In other words, any living person's bones would be crushed by these objects, so they're probably drones of some sort. These objects can drop 70,000 feet in a few seconds. Think about that. It can drop a tremendous distance in just a few seconds, and they can go underwater. This is something that we didn't realize before, but yes, they can actually go underwater. And they also move without creating an exhaust or breaking the sound barrier. So these are things that we can now document frame by frame looking at these videotapes.
So,
wait a minute. Videotapes? We're still looking at these videotapes? Hasn't everything gone digital on this planet?
Exactly.
Well, and I'm not going to get into the physics of the fact that, we can calculate this. No, you don't calculate what the actual effect of gravity would be on a person inside the capsule, because in order for that capsule to travel like it has, it obviously is using the quantity of energy required for it to manipulate gravity. Right? So if that exists around that sphere, in order for it to have that 70,000 foot drop in a matter of seconds, well, then it has isolated itself from the force of gravity in the first place. Because the technology required for that kind of propulsion would require you to have an understanding of how to manipulate gravity, and you could maintain a normal semblance of what your gravity is from the planet you came from within the confines of your spacecraft. So is it advantageous that he, can inspire people with the knowledge of science and tell them stories and distill it down to the point where every child could possibly comprehend it? Sure. Because the net benefit of him explaining something so detailed and so intricate into a way that inspires you to go, man, I'd like to be on one of them spacecraft one of these days. That'd be pretty cool. Unfortunately, the scientist gets offended quickly listening to him talk because you go, it's not that simple. And as vape advocates, we're faced with the same dilemma. We have become so passionate about vaping, we understand how VG and PG and nicotine that are safe to breathe in can be vaporized and how it's going to help the smoker and not cause long-term harm. But when you talk to the average person, even some of them being doctors, and 80% of doctors don't even know that nicotine doesn't cause cancer, you're looked at like a nut job, like a conspiracy theorist, like you're a tobacco shill. You're an industry shill. No. We're a concerned consumer that wants to make sure that if we decide to continue using these products for 10 or 20 years, we're going to outlast the people that chose not to use this and continue to smoke.
Very true.
So what's the difference between being a conspiracy theorist and everybody accepting it as a matter of fact?
Lasers? Really? To change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said.
Is he accurate? Is this stuff really going on? What other stuff is going on that we don't know about?
Who knows?
Well, let me go to where I was heading with this before we get too deep in the woods with Trump and his stance on vaping and the history of vaping and vape advocacy, and because I know I have another one here. The difference between a conspiracy theorist and facts is 18 months.
Of this administration coordinated. We have example after example of this administration coordinated, apparently, according to a federal court, by your agency, pressuring, coercing social media companies to engage in censorship. Is that constitutional?
That is unequivocally false.
Is what the emails show.
It is unequivocally false, Senator.
You are not pressuring the big tech companies to take down accounts. You are not meeting with them to ask them to censor on your behalf.
That is correct. We are not.
Here's my point, Mr. Secretary. It has been established for years in this country, as you very well know because you're a lawyer, that the federal government may not use private third parties to engage in activities that are unconstitutional. That's exactly what you and this administration are doing. You are leveraging private companies to carry out censorship on your behalf. It's dystopian.
That's unconstitutional.
It's unconstitutional.
It's also false.
Turn now to a story breaking overnight. Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg claims he was pressured by the White House to censor content related to COVID-19 during the pandemic. Aaron Katursky joins us now with details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. For years, critics have taken aim at Facebook for silencing views that challenge the general consensus in the medical community, especially about the origin of COVID-19. Now, Facebook's founder surprisingly says they're right. This morning, Meta chief Mark Zuckerberg admitting he bowed to pressure from the Biden administration to censor content. The Facebook founder issuing a letter to the House Judiciary Committee that said senior administration officials pushed the social media platform to censor posts about COVID-19 and expressed a lot of frustration when the company resisted. Zuckerberg saying, "I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it." Adding, "I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressure from any administration in either direction, and we're ready to push back if something like this happens again." House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan celebrating the letter, calling it a big win for free speech.
What do you think? Time is going to prove that this censorship has done nothing but cause more harm than if they just let people go on their whimsical journeys to whatever conspiracy theory they may have and let the facts prove them wrong. Just as we do with vaping day after day, week after week, year
We
after
have
year.
Example after example of this administration coordinated, apparently.
And that's why YouTube keeps taking down this content. Because we keep coming too close to the facts that they are disagreeing with because it goes against their objectives. What happens when you get a president in there that turns this whole thing upside down and is not afraid to tell the truth about everything? Kind of ironic coming from Trump, who holds the historic record for the most lies in a presidency. Are they lies because he was evil and sadistic? Or are they lies because he just doesn't know any better? Because somebody dumbed it down for him to understand it. And when you get a 5-year-old that explains to you what happens when you take Schrodinger's cat and put him in the same box as Pavlov's dog, their simplistic understanding can't comprehend that that's not a possibility.
Ain't going to end well.
So here we go. Once again, pushing the realms of reality. Never in my life did I think that we were actually going to take a trip to Mars. That was the next goal from NASA the whole time I was growing up. And here we have Elon Musk talking about doing it on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
Technology is marching along, and it stops for no one. And the same holds true with vaping. When they talk about scientific studies from back in 2015, these products don't put out the same things that those did back then, because we learned what mesh technology does. We learned if you match the electronics of it to the airflow, it's safer than it was back in 2015. So it's going to keep getting better and better because these companies that are manufacturing these new things, these disposable vapes, have probably an order of magnitude less harmful constituents than the devices that were tested in scientific studies that we're just now reading about that started back in 2015. In 10 years, technology just keeps marching along. And why do you think they're so scared of AI? Once AI gets to the point where it can actually answer any question you have about any subject in the world based upon all its known information, that it has reasoned out and weeded out all the bullshit, companies no longer have a reason to sell you stuff because, well, you can do it yourself, like we do with e-liquids week after week. Here's where we're going, man. And it's going to happen in the next 4 years if Elon gets his way.
Like I said, touching on AI, look how long that's advanced in the last couple of years. You know, you're coming out with the likes of Mid-Journey. Oh, you can generate an image. Now you can compose songs, you can do videos, you can do avatar. It's just zooming along. And people are getting, you know, the powers that be are getting scared. Really.
Yeah. Starlink, an idea that started 10 years ago, has now gotten to the point where 2/3 of all Earth orbit satellites are, because of Starlink, providing internet anywhere in the globe. You can go with the Starlink antenna and have internet service. No more wires. Now you're getting satellite internet. 4,700 satellites. Last time I saw, Earthlink has up and Starlink has up in orbit, low Earth orbit, all talking to each other like, you know, cell phone towers do, because the technology that he needed for it to work actually needed to be created because it didn't actually exist. They're derivatives of a bunch of different things. When, you know, you get smart people to come together and go, I know a little bit about this, I know a little bit about this, and we look to each other and we have a conversation and we go, well, the next logical step is right here. And that's exactly how we made Starlink function and be what it is today. What's it going to be like in another 10 years?
See.
Is every single cell phone on the planet going to have satellite-based internet? Is the communications going to be transferred into your satellite communication for your internet? Because we already have Ethernet-based phone service. It's all a possibility. And some people are going to lose out. John Stossel did a wonderful report here talking about class action lawsuits and how it is no longer being utilized for what class action lawsuits were originally designed for. Class action lawsuits were designed so that when you have a company that hurts millions and millions of people with their products, well then, millions of people are entitled compensation for the damages caused by that company. Except, see, now the lawyers have taken such a large share of these lawsuits that they legit, with a straight face, walk up to the judge and say, well, let's take the money that this corporation is paying for the damages they caused, and because the cost of distributing that money to all the injured parties would essentially mean that each injured person would get less than $1, let's use that and give that to some philanthropy cause.
Yeah.
What? So now the judgments for class action lawsuits go for political purposes? What? No shit. That's exactly what happened with this latest Google thing.
Who were harmed.
Anna St. John, you getting these letters from lawyers? They say, I may be entitled to a payment. Exciting. This one claims my union, which New York State once forced me to join, might have cheated me. I don't think they did, but I filled out the forms and I got this check for $500+. Great. But my lawyers collected $7 million. Is that fair? Likewise, lawyers accused the Boston Globe of illegally sharing my clicking habits with Facebook. I don't care. Facebook already knows my clicking habits. I'd only subscribe to the Globe to read cartoons my niece draws. I canceled once I realized that most of the Globe is insipid leftist drivel, often just rerun from the New York Times. But still, I got this check for $158.
You may be entitled to compensation. Call now.
But you may be entitled offers come from class action lawyers like these.
An experienced class action law firm.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
I don't trust these hustlers, including this one.
I was part of a legal team that helped secure a $289 million verdict.
RFK Jr. made money by claiming people got cancer from Roundup weed killer. Now there are thousands of such lawsuits, but Roundup's a helpful product. It lets farmers control weeds with fewer chemicals. The EPA says there's no evidence that it causes cancer. Still, the company now settles the suits anyway to avoid spending even more on lawyers. That's a reason I call some of these lawsuits anti-consumer scams. America's legal system is so expensive that we lose good products because of lawsuits, like the morning sickness pill that was pulled from the market, even though the FDA says the drug is safe.
Now, hold on a second. The FDA saying it's safe and effective doesn't mean jack shit in my book anymore. Not after not after what they've done with vaping. They're a bought and paid for shell company looking out for their financial interests for the companies that the products that they authorize.
All right.
Now he's going to go into talking about three-wheelers. That we got quads. Quads are better than three-wheelers. So quads are gone. What's the problem?
ATVs. You deprive me of good stuff. Lawyers I've confronted say losing products is a good thing.
If they're scared of someone like me to bring something to the market because it could cause harm, then I'm happy about that.
We pay for his happiness. And the lawsuits also killed jobs.
The largest manufacturer has just closed up shop.
That was Blitz, a company that made gas cans. More than 100 people lost their jobs. Blitz was sued out of existence after some idiots got hurt using the cans to pour gas directly onto fires.
That's why your gas cans, that's why your gas cans now have fucking self-sealing extensions on them. They're a pain in the ass to use. They spill gas everywhere except for where the hell you're trying to pour it into the tank. Because some schmuck decided, I'm just going to use this nozzle off of my gas can to pour it onto the fire. And it blew up. And the guy got hurt. So they sued the company that was making all these gas cans for dirt ass cheap. Remember, you used to be able to buy a gas can for like $10. Now they all cost $50 because they have to be self-sealing to keep idiots from misusing them. Not that it keeps idiots from misusing them, but the number of idiots that misuse it significantly dropped because of the design change.
Fucking hell.
Blitz was sued for that and won in court. But
it cost us $2.5 million to win it.
In our legal system, even when you win, you lose.
It's the lawyers that are winning and everybody else losing.
Of course, when companies do wrong, they should be punished. Google was caught
collecting and storing location data from consumers' mobile devices, even when their location history was turned off.
That was sleazy, but it wouldn't be worth any one Google user's time or money to sue. Hence, class actions.
This may be your only opportunity to receive compensation.
And some of us do get paid.
The settlement itself is not a problem if that money were actually going to the people who were harmed.
Anna St. John's law firm challenges class action settlements where the lawyers make money, but victims get nothing.
The settlement won't be going to the plaintiffs.
That happened this year with a $62 million Google settlement.
All of the money to be paid to 21 nonprofit organizations.
All of it? Yes. Well, what about the victims?
They won't see a cent in this class action.
Why don't the class members object?
Who has the time?
In class actions like these, lawyers often justify giving class members no money by saying things like,
after administrative costs for the postage and cutting the checks would get $1 or $2. So it's clear that that amount is going to be infeasible to distribute to those class members.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought
confused.
3.5 million was available to reimburse
shit.
class members.
She was right to be confused. It's millions of dollars.
I'm a part of that class action lawsuit as an Android user. Google monitored my account information, and I personally don't care that it knows my position, location all the time. I'm constantly uploading, reviews of this restaurant I go to or this restaurant, or when I go to a national park, I took all those pictures of the Air and Space Museum, uploaded all those to Google. They even sent me a pair of socks because my pictures from the Air and Space Museum got millions of views. Way more than this channel has ever gotten. But there was this class action lawsuit, and I'm not going to see any of it. And I have no say-so in who's going to get this money.
Yeah, but that's the millions of views I had on your material, and you got a fucking pair of socks over it, while they made, I think, a lot more than what a pair of fucking socks are worth.
That is true.
You should have copyrighted them.
But I upload those pictures for the betterment of humanity.
Yeah, I know that. I know
they provide Google Maps for free, so let me upload a picture of what you're going to see if you choose to go to this Air and Space Museum. It's a free federal museum available for free where you can go and watch, you can go walk aboard presidential airplanes. You want to go walk aboard Johnson's Air Force One or Kennedy's Air Force One? It's there. You can go there. You can walk through the plane and got to see how Kennedy and Johnson actually had accommodations in the aircraft back in their day. It's cool as hell. Well, here's one particular attribute, and this judge is just baffled. They're like, $3.2 million you're getting from this, and you're telling me that the people that were harmed by this aren't getting a red cent. Where is this money going?
In the Google settlement this year, a judge allowed lawyers to give no funds to consumers while giving $18 million to themselves and even more to left-wing advocacy groups like the ACLU, which said it would use the money to help activists and people seeking transgender health care. This group got $6 million, promising to give preference to BIPOC communities. So the judge says, hey, I could be the hero here and give money to my favorite charities.
It's a huge conflict of interest. 6 of the attorneys or Google employees involved in the case sit on the boards or sat on the boards of the recipients getting millions of dollars. You have.
Wait a minute. Yep. Google gave this money for this class action lawsuit, and it went back to Google entities or employees of Google who are board members of these philanthropic organizations?
Yep.
Tell me how this isn't just hand washing, whitewashing the settlement to become what? Political donations?
Have this slush fund of tens of millions of dollars, and the parties and the judge are allowed to decide who should get this money. And when they have a choice between distributing that money to millions of class members who are not going to say thank you versus directing millions of dollars to their alma maters, to organizations where they sit on the board, the choice is clear what they're going to do.
So the guys who did bad get to reward their friends?
Google's giving money to organizations it already donates to. And so it's unclear how it can be a benefit to the class when the defendant's just doing what it already does.
This is a left-wing money raiser.
It is.
I wanted to ask the attorneys and the judge who approved the deals, isn't this a scam? But they would not provide an answer.
$0 went to the class.
I wonder why.
The attorneys are taking over $18 million. That's just not right.
Doesn't sound right. As so often happens, the lawyers win. Most everybody else loses.
What do you think?
Very probably true to the letter, that.
Ain't that a load of horse shit?
It is like. Wow.
Here's some
Holy
vape science for you guys. New paper explores patterns and perceptions of vaping among adults living in social housing. Despite higher vaping rates in social housing residents, harm perceptions of vaping products versus cigarettes were more inaccurate among smokers in social housing.
Okay.
Sounds good that they're doing science on this, but when you read the science, you come to realize the scientists have absolutely no clue whatsoever about why on earth vapors would be higher in prevalence in social housing. Tells me that the scientists don't even know and understand that, well, when you are living among the poorest in society, you have a shitty lot in life, and the whole reason that you were using a nicotine product in the first place is to cope with that lot in life. So people that are in social housing aren't well off. Therefore, there's going to be more of them. They're going to turn to tobacco products because they use it as a form of stress relief. How do you not know this and claim to be an expert on the subject? Wow. Drives me insane when I read some of this stuff. And then you get people that do understand the subject and talk about it on a regular basis, and then you end up, clearing your brain by getting deep into the woods in a conversation that was meant to be humorous in the first place. But in order for you to get it and laugh at it, it's kind of esoteric. You have to understand what the hell he's talking about and go from there. So I rode this one, horse and buggy, to the town's edge and jumped in the water. Ballpoint pens, collapsible umbrellas, reading glasses, and vape devices all have unstable waveforms that cause them to just wink out of existence. It's kind of like the socks in your dryer. Therefore, the Institute for the Absorption of Federal Funds recommends saturating your home with these products, so that when they do disappear, you have an alternate one ready to go at a moment's notice. My brain immediately turned to, you left out the indubitable 10mm socket.
Oh, gosh. The infamous 10mm socket. Where the fuck you put that?
So I threw my hook in the water and put that out there saying, man, that ain't the only things that just disappear and vanish into thin air. Let's not forget about our 10mm sockets. So Charles comes back with
13mm.
Yeah. So Charles comes back with this whole field of research of the instability of waveforms of common household objects is understudied. Obviously, sometimes I can't even find Schrodinger, my cat.
My God.
I'm like, oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Schrodinger's
right.
cat? Now we're going to get deep into the woods because I'm going to really fuck your brain now. Ready?
Oh,
Max Planck used fuzzy logic and an attractive string theorem to reduce the cat into a one-dimensional state. Unfortunately, Einstein thought that this was just another allotropic muon in the U.S. state of Jefferson and has neither mass nor momentum. Hence why the cat is on Heisenberg's Pluto. You have now all been officially mind-fucked.
Exactly. What the fuck? No.
Max Planck using fuzzy logic and string theory. It's not a theorem, it's a theory. But the theory does take the cat and put it into a one-dimensional state. And if it's in a one-dimensional state, Schrodinger's experiment no longer has any valid merit, because if it's in a one-dimensional state, it can't be harmed by you opening the box.
Too much information. I need to shake my head here, like.
I told you, this is a mind fuck. So then he goes, he doesn't take the bait, and he goes more for an actual factual response. He goes, when he was 10 years old, one of my sons asked me out of the blue with a totally deadpan straight face, "Daddy, what would happen if you put Schrodinger's cat and Pavlov's dog in the same box?"
What the fuck?
That rings a bell, but I don't know if it exists or not. You don't get it?
Pandora's box.
So I ended the conversation with, only in the innocence of a child's imagination can Stephen Hawking play with Newton's parakeet.
God.
And no, I'm not talking about Sir Isaac Newton. I'm talking Newton, the guy that studies birds, who discovered a bird, a female bird, and supposed what the male bird would look like, but was never able to find one because they were extinct.
Holy fuck, man.
Welcome to the mind fuck. Trevor would be very proud of me today. Lube up your eye hole, sucker!
Holy fuck. Oh my lordy do.
Sorry. Intellectuals need a good laugh now and then too.
It's just a bit off topic for you. Here you go. Zikos, I'm not even going to try and pronounce your surname. Blaze or Blaze Solo? I think I know where you would go with this one.
Blaze Solo.
Yeah, there you go. Does that answer your question, mate?
Blaze Solo has way better flavor, way better airflow for my particular taste. My Achilles heel for the Blaze Solo is the fact that 4mm coil won't last a lick. The one that I originally got with it lasted me 2 weeks, and then it got a hot spot because the outer clapton was busted. So it's now sitting on my thing, and I reverted to the Blaze because the Blaze takes standard 3mm coils that I've got boxes and boxes of them. Easy to replace. In order for me to recoil the Blaze Solo, I need to take the 3mm coil, get my 4mm rod out, stretch out the 3mm coil so that it is now a 4mm coil, and then I can get an amazing experience with the Blaze Solo. They're both wonderful tanks. Way better than even the Arbiter. But the Arbiter is just so easy to use.
There you go. That converted him from the Arbiter being the best all-time tank. He went to Blaze Solo.
You about fell out of your chair the day I announced that.
We definitely did. I was like, me jaw just went.
Wait, what did you say?
Exactly.
And hence why that from the live show was actually incorporated into the review video for that tank. Nice.
Nikos, it's not they're not hard to work. It's like everything, you just practice and you get there, man. But either or, they're both good tanks, as we've stated. Depends how you like to vape.
And don't tell me that everything isn't political in this country, because it all is. Even when people don't understand what the politics are and what the actual legislations are, people think they know what they know about things because they know what the simplified version of it. Kind of like Citizens United. Everybody's like, oh, I looked into Citizens United. That's actually a good thing. Well, yeah, because you only had the time to read the, the industry propaganda that made you go, oh, yeah, Citizens United was a great thing.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, that was Mr. Trump on the phone. He went, the Blaze Solo.
We are going to get to Trump, I promise. We are going to get to Trump, and now Trump says that he is going to save the vape industry like he did last time in 2019. I promise. We are going to get there. But this is what happens when you get into politics. When you get into politics and you intermingle that with science, and you get somebody, like our Japanese physicist that talks about, he's a futurist and inspires you to get into a whole plethora of things, you just find yourself in a rabbit hole that is just like, holy fuck, how did I even get in this rabbit hole? Where's the entrance at?
Yeah. And then you keep digging and getting deeper and deeper in it.
It's going to be quicker to get to China than it is to try and backtrack out of this hole. So here we go. Continuing with our politics.
So thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article from Newsweek that tells the truth about Amber Nicole Thurman, who died after taking abortion pills. She did not die for the lack of abortion. She died because of abortion. Abortion pills are what led to her death. And this has been a lie that has been told by the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and this is a lie being told by Democrats. This Georgia woman died from abortion pills. So thank you. I'd like to enter
without objection.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article from Newsweek that tells the truth about Amber Nicole Thurman, who died after taking abortion pills. She did not die for the lack of abortion. She died because of abortion. Abortion pills are what led to her death. And this has been a lie that has been told by the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and this is a lie being told by Democrats. This Georgia woman died from abortion pills. So thank you. I'd like to enter
without objection.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record.
Listen, how many times do we get accused of lying for the tobacco industry because we're advocating for vaping?
Oh, God. Hundreds, part of the negative press, isn't it?
And you wonder why. Why are they calling us shills? Why are they saying that we're lying? It's because that's all politicians ever do. To get you onto their side of the story, they obfuscate the truth, oversimplify things to get you to go, oh, yeah, you make sense. Kind of like Citizens United. Now corporations can use their free speech, their unemptiable bank accounts, to convey that free speech to all 330 million Americans and the entire global population when they place things onto the internet. And then they want to censor us when we complain that what you're doing is wrong. Here we have a video that was just pushed on there. Down with deportation, up with agitation, down with deportation. That's not what it said in the video. If you listen closely in the video, you come to find out that they said down with deportation, up with education. That's what happens when politicians oversimplify things. Here we go. Oversimplification. Under Kamala Harris, rape is up 42%. Robbery is up 63%. Assault are up 34%. Violent crime, excluding simple assault, is up 55%. Domestic violence is up 32%. Stranger violence is up 61%. Violent crime with a weapon is up 56%. Motor vehicle theft is up 42%. And then when you go to look into it, you can't get these numbers that they're talking about here because it's cherry-picked from one particular report. And they never bother to tell you where the report comes from. That's why as advocates, we always cite our sources. no. When you have to pick the lesser of two evils, you have to like broaden your horizons and not just look at the schmuck that's running for office. You have to look at who they surround themselves with. Kind of like in the vape advocacy sphere. You look at all these individual people that are out here advocating for vaping, like Kenny and myself, and go, they're just regular blokes talking about their personal experiences. Nobody's paying him shit. These are unemployed fuckers that are sitting here week after week talking about whatever floats their boat because they don't have an agenda that somebody's paying them to push. They just tell people the truth. Like all these organizations that back vaping until they get a financial vested interest to not back vaping, then they change their tune. We don't change our tune. You're going to get the same shit week after week here. Sorry for your loss. What is this? Dominion rigging management system. Oh, election tampering. Yeah, we're not talking about that. That's getting too deep in the woods. So what is the figure? How much safer is nicotine vaping over smoking cigarettes? Please reply with your peer-researched, peer-reviewed papers only, as this is what it would take to trump a comprehensive review by the Royal College of Physicians. The available data suggests that e-cigarettes are unlikely to ever exceed 5% the harm associated with smoking tobacco products, and may well be substantially lower than that. Like Cancer Research UK found the risk of cancer from e-cigarette consumption, nicotine vaping, is less than 1% the risk. Their one study says 0.5%, cannot exceed 0.5%. The other one says like 0.7. So it's definitely less than 1%, the risk of smoking a cigarette. That's why we advocate for this week after week. What is this one? No, we're not even gonna get into that one. You're gonna love this one though. You ready?
Vaping, especially. I will single-handedly save vaping, especially the flavored vaping. If Kamabla gets in, you're not gonna have Vicks Vapor Rub anymore. Believe me, China. Daniel Jones is a loser.
There you go.
Vicks Vapor Rub.
That's what happens when you oversimplify shit. You oversimplify shit. Take your election tampering somewhere else. Because we have Andrew Cuomo here.
Oh no.
He's such a fan of the show.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Thank you. That's where you should have shut the fuck up. Anything you said after that showed that you're a retard. I'm not supposed to say that on TV. I'm not supposed to show you. I'm not supposed to show you this either. Are you ready? Come on. Must be a stressed out cat. Must be a stressed out cat.
If it helps a cat chill, what the hell, eh?
Kamala. We're gonna skip Kamala.
There you go. There's
Brian
a good
King.
point. Mr. Juice Man. 95% safer, with the remaining 5% being human error, like dry burns. So no error, it is close to zero harm. Here.
Exactly.
Never thought of looking at it that way.
Or a lazy ass like myself that loves to vape these tanks for weeks upon weeks, and then when you go to brush your teeth one night before bed, you go, why is my front tooth black? Oh shit. When's the last time I rewicked this coil?
Yep.
I'm a dumbass. That's why disposables are actually a good thing. When a disposable's dead, you go buy a new one, new to coil, new wicking, new liquid.
Yeah.
You know. All right. Here's the essence of it, okay? Trump is going to back vaping, so let's go take a look at what he said before then.
Your announcement today, are you concerned that the companies that were making these products will be treated unfairly by taking these products off the market?
Well, they've become very rich companies very fast, and the whole thing with vaping been very profitable. And I want companies. Look, you know that I fight for our companies very hard. That's why I'm fighting with China. That's why I'm fighting with other countries. If you look at European Union, and if you look at Japan, and if you look at so many others, including South Korea and many others, we're constantly dealing with them to make it good for our companies, because I view it as jobs. I view it as income for our country and jobs. Vaping has become a very big business, as I understand it, like a giant business in a very short period of time. But we can't allow people to get sick, and we can't have our youth be so affected. And I'm hearing it, and that's how the First Lady got involved. And she's got a son together that is a beautiful young man, and she feels very, very strongly about it. She's seen it. We're both reading it. A lot of people are reading it. But people are dying with vaping. So we're looking at it very closely. And, you know, if nothing else, this is a conference that's going to let people know about it, because people are going to watch what we're saying. And parents are going to be a lot tougher with respect to their children. A lot of people think vaping is wonderful, it's great. It's really not wonderful. That's one thing I think we can say definitely, Commissioner. It's not a wonderful thing. It is
a wonderful thing. If you're one of the 20 million Americans who smoke cigarettes, it is a wonderful thing. Go play with your cat in Springfield.
I love that.
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say to him before I even knew about Springfield, after listening to him when he said it live. How many, 3 years, 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
He's got all the pets stressed out, so they're vaping now.
People love Springfield. Please don't eat my cat.
Big problems. We have to find out the extent of the problem. It's so new. It's so new. But we're
not anymore. Time's gone by. We got another 4 years under the belt after you left office, and we've come a long way. These disposables now are all fantastic. They're fantastic. They're fantastic. And if the United States Supreme Court goes the right way, and this guy gets into office and does what he says he's going to do to save the vape industry, you're going to be able to buy Hunky's Hawaiian Punch, and you're going to be able to buy Kenny's Cherry Bakewell.
I think he'll do a U-turn on it. He's been doing U-turns on the climate and shit, so why not vaping? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why not?
Six Pack Kid, hello and welcome to the stream.
going to find out, and I hope that parents that, they have children and the children are a certain age, I hope they're going to be able to make wise decisions, maybe based on what we're saying today. But
Your announcement today.
Didn't go quite so well.
No.
Tobacco 21 prevented my son, who was in the military, from accessing himself these products. So I had to send him a care package. I had to break the law and become a criminal.
Ooh,
do you want to hear about Nicole Shanahan and why she became the vice president running mate of Kennedy before he dropped back? What motivated her to jump on board all this? She was a big tech supporter for the longest time until she found out that, well, she got screwed. She got hosed. She got Rogered.
My daughter was diagnosed with autism when she was 18 months of age, and I swear to God, I gave birth to a healthy baby girl. It was all I ever wanted, was this healthy baby girl. And she was healthy. I mean, she smiled, she did all these things. She was healthy. And then she got a shot at 7 months of age, and by 10 months, she was a different kid. And I had an enormous amount of grief, but then set in the confusion because I was not allowed to consider the fact that the shot caused.
Can't finish that without getting her content taken down. We can't talk about the truth. We can't talk about personal firsthand experiences. Just like when we're out there advocating for vaping and they say, you're just an anecdotal data. Your personal firsthand experience doesn't count. Really? It changed my life. And I wanted to be able to change other people's lives. Just like how Elon Musk is developing all this new technology, and you have this Neuralink. It was kind of interesting because during that podcast with Joe Rogan, they talked about the potential medical benefits of technology in the future. And here you have Elon actually incorporating it into the human thought. And then the ironic thing is the physicist takes it to the next level and goes, you have a hard problem with the internet now, right? Regulating free speech. We need to regulate free speech so that we, stop misinformation and dead in its tracks. What's going to happen when the Neuralink is able to communicate directly between people? And it's not just the internet as we know it now. I could literally think, hey, I need to let Kenny know about something for the show this week. And in Kenny's brain, he goes, hey, Alex wants to let you know about this for the show this week. What are they going to do then? How are they going to control it then? Is AI going to stop the communication? I can't talk to Kenny? Oh my goodness.
I love it.
There we go, folks. Sure, Trump sort of saved vaping. He saved flavors for open tank systems back in 2019 because he didn't ban them. He only banned the sealed pods, the sealed flavor pods. The Juul told him we took it off the market. So he was like, well, if I ban it, it's not going to hurt anybody's company because Juul already didn't stop selling it. So the only place they're going to get it from is China. China's going to send it to us in black market. So we'll ban China. So, yeah, technically, he did say vaping in 2019. What we have of it today, sort of. Not that it wouldn't have continued anyway with the black market.
It kind of goes back to what we're saying, what that Kamala Harris said last week on, when you featured one of her interviews, that with the swipe of a pen, you change millions of lives. Oh, true.
Billions of lives. If she becomes president, she can change billions of lives with the swipe of her pen. And you guys brought it up earlier. I wasn't going to talk about it this week, but okay, let's talk about Springfield, Ohio once again. Here we go. I just spoke to one of my closest friends, Ghana Catholic priest, and I asked him if he's heard about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, eating pets. He told me that he knows a few dark priests in his life and that voodoo is very real. He witnessed it firsthand.
My father immigrated from Haiti to the United States in the late 60s. As a teenager, and I want to talk about these recent comments about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. First, I want to say my father and I are now estranged, but I did know him in my very, very young years, and when he immigrated, he was one person, and they weren't sending, thousands of Haitians in one area. He wasn't eating people's pets, and he didn't practice voodoo, but he did say that most of the island, the majority of the island, does practice voodoo. The reason they eat cats is for two reasons. Number one is survival. This is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. You can't just go to a food bank like you can here, or just go to McDonald's and get some free or cheap food. Unless, of course, there's a Christian missionary there. People in the United States have a really hard time imagining that type of thing, but it is true. Second, they do animal sacrifices for their religion, voodoo. They make these animal sacrifices to these gods for different reasons. You can do your own research on this. Do I think voodoo is a demonic religion? Yes, I do. That doesn't mean, obviously, that doesn't mean that you hate these people. These people need prayer. But you can't just take over all these people from another country and expect it to work. Not to mention, it doesn't fix the problems of that country. And there's
Sharon
more people
Gotchell,
left
hello
in
and
Haiti
welcome.
that we can bring over. It's not racist to acknowledge that this is a problem. It's not racist to talk about these things that are happening. This is not just white Americans saying this is black Americans. You can look at the people in Springfield, Ohio saying that this is happening. Y'all just want to joke about Trump and say that he's crazy for saying that this is happening instead of actually checking at all to see if this is happening. You want to make jokes about these things. Well, what if it were happening to you and your community? And no, it's beyond eating their pets, even though that is bad enough. My father
It's about the fact that Springfield, Ohio had a population of 58,000 people before Kamala Harris took office. And that's been slowly declining over the last couple decades. And now all of a sudden, just out of the frickin' blue, 20,000 Haitian immigrants all show up at once. How does that even happen?
Wonderful, isn't it?
How does that even happen? And then you look into what is a goal for 2030 by the World Health Organization, and then you come to realize that they want to do away with immigration. They want to make it so that you can live anywhere in the world that you want to go and live at with no restrictions whatsoever. So if I want to immigrate to England, I just show up one day and I become an English patriot. Project 2030.
Yeah. Multiculturalism for you, eh?
Multiculturalism. Because I like the teen vaping rates in the UK. Look at that.
It's down, matey.
It's been down this whole time. You never had an epidemic like we had here.
Nope. It's still down there.
I think it was all bullshit. I think it was made up by the CDC, who I was wrong last week in saying is a private corporation. They're not a private corporation. The CDC is actually a military organization with ties to the CIA.
Really?
But
wow,
just like with you have the American Cancer Society, you have the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, who actually met with Trump, who is a private corporation, a philanthropic do-gooder out there spreading Bloomberg bucks to whoever will listen to him. And they were there whenever Trump had his little meeting.
Gotcha.
I'm not even going to get into SpaceX in Congress. We'll jump past that. We're going to jump past Jim Carrey talking about this whole vaccine situation how many years ago? Because we're focusing on Trump. What were his wise words in 2019?
Everybody's happy. The one thing I see though, you watch Prohibition, you look at, with the alcohol, you look at cigarettes, you look at all. If you don't give it to them, it's going to come here illegally. Okay, they're going to make it. But instead of Reynolds or Juul or legitimate companies, good companies making something that's safe, they're going to be selling stuff on a street corner that could be horrible. That's the one problem I can't seem to forget. I mean, I've seen it. You just have to look. You have to look at the history of it. And now, instead of having a flavor that's at least safe, they're going to be having a flavor that's poison. That's a big problem.
We're going to be in the same situation as Australia. And we could have been in the same situation had he have listened to PAVE that day and banned everything. Although technically, because the FDA didn't bother to authorize anything other than big tobacco products, we're still stuck with black market disposables available everywhere. And people aren't dying in droves because of it. But they could. They could taint it. All right. It's been a lot of dry stuff, so we're gonna go visit our old lady friend and see what kind of humorous moment she can to break the tension in the room.
65, I'm in that damn. I love going to the doctor. I love it. I love going to the doctor. I was out without insurance for many, many years, an independent contractor. 65, I'm in that damn office every damn week. I'm in there. I want to be probed. You know, they play with you in the doctor's office. They take me to the furthest exam room now, and they just give me a People magazine and think I'm just going to sit in there and read this magazine. I don't know who the hell Harry Styles is. I could give a shit. And I'm sitting in there. They think I'm just going to be quiet, nice little old lady. I go through the drawers. Honestly, I got 6 rolls of that silk tape. That shit's expensive. I got tongue depressors from my tomato plants. I got that. And I got those big, long Q-tippy things that when they pull those out, you go, what are you going to do with that? You know, I spray painted those for Christmas. And then, no, here's the deal, though. You guys, I have 3 gowns. I stole 3 gowns. I wore one of them right out the office. They didn't say shit. They're my Saturday morning outfit. I love them. I just get up in the Saturday morning and I get my cup of coffee, put my gown on, and I just wait for the doorbell. Well, hello. I would love to hear about Jesus. You come on in.
I would love to hear about Jesus. Look at my ass crack. Isn't it fantastic?
I love going to the doctor. I love it. I love going.
Thank you. You made my day.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love it.
I don't know why Twitter's doing this lately. I want to see the tweet. I want to see the whole thing. I don't want it off to the side. Whatever. I'll zoom in there anyway. For nicotine vaping to thrive, it hinges on a few pivotal factors that's coming up very near future. First off, we need a favorable ruling by the Supreme Court that tells the FDA to go back and start at the beginning because your regulations suck. There's no way in hell that you're doing what's appropriate for the protection of public health by denying millions and millions of vape applications. Absolutely no way is that appropriate for the protection of public health. Go back, start from scratch. It'll take us back to 2016 and why you're going to see Hunky's Hawaiian Punch and Kenny's Cherry Bakewell show up in the market within the course of the next year. And we need the emergence of RFK to revitalize and reform the FDA so that this kind of shit never happens again. They need to take the regulatory agency at the FDA and go, listen, here's a list of the prohibited substances. This is what you can't put in your shit. If you decide to sell something, we want to know about it. Register in our database. Tell us what stuff you're putting in your thing and start selling it, because it's wrong that, you know, you can go anywhere in Europe and buy any e-liquid you want. But if you're in the United States, we fuck every single one of our Americans and make sure that they could never start their own business, because there's no way in hell you're going to come up with 1 million pages of science to get your shit authorized by the current FDA. Go away, FDA. Anyway, while this might seem ambitious, it is achievable if the industry unites and takes a proactive step to safeguard its future. So you can cry all the blues you want about not making vaping political. It already is. It has been this whole fucking time. And because you've been sitting on your damn ass and not luring the politicians with the truth, continuously bugging them with it like I do, they're fucking sick of hearing from me. And I don't even have a vape shop. Never did. I haven't sold a single vape product anywhere, ever. But I'd like to. And I'm not going to until I see a viable future.
The pronunciation was shocking there.
You guys can do the same thing. You know, he's got a little secret button that he can do this, but you can do the same thing. See, you guys can do the same thing. I empower every single one of you to join the production crew on this channel, on this weekly show. It's a lot more fun that way. Why should we have all the fun and control of what we talk about and what we say here? All right, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this one.
Hey, pharmacist friends and patients. Today, Cigna Express Scripts, a Fortune 20 health insurance company and pharmacy benefit manager, announced that it was suing the Federal Trade Commission to redact the FTC's report on its price gouging practices. Why might Cigna be so embarrassed by this FTC report? Maybe it's because they don't want people to know that they're charging Medicare beneficiaries $3,613 for a cancer drug that costs $65, or that they're charging Medicare beneficiaries $3,534 for a multiple sclerosis drug that costs $10. I can keep going, but you get the idea. Contact your member of Congress, tell them to co-sponsor the Pharmacists Fight Back Act to end these outrageous price gouging abuses by these Fortune 20 health insurance corporations.
That's right, man. Chemo and radiation that literally costs hundreds of thousands of dollars doesn't actually cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's made up in a lab somewhere for like $50 or $60, and they charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars because they don't want you to know that all you need to do is eat the right things, stop eating the wrong things, and you could be healthy without having to take any pills. But then they won't make any money. Hey! That would be awesome, dude. Yeah. Meanwhile, in England, they're getting ready for back to school, and they have a knife sale since they banned guns. So when you're on your way to university, don't forget to stop at your local corner shop and pick up a beautiful knife, because you got to protect yourself since you can't carry a weapon anymore.
It's all shit, and it's fucking crazy.
Drop your dad jokes. I'm telling you guys, drop your dad jokes. You can drop them in the Discord server. You can drop them in, the posts that we put on any of the social media platforms. I knew I forgot something this morning. I forgot to post on Facebook. Sorry.
And your hand checks as well. If you've got any hand checks, get them up there as well, boys and girls.
And
Love
your
to see what you're
pets.
vaping on.
And your pets.
Yes. Oh, don't forget your pets. Don't forget your pets.
And we have a joke from Pippa Star. Joke of the day, the AMA president, Steve Hobson, said, illegal vapes will be stamped out by the end of the year with any luck. Huh?
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, there'd be some funny ass shit there. Let me tell you, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we know it. I can smell that from America. I don't need to be in Australia to figure that shit out. But I do need to be in Australia to try and understand this. The therapeutic goods legislation amendment. Just read what's there, Alex. Just read what's there. The Therapeutic Goods Legislation Amendment, Vaping Reforms, Regulations 2024, bill put in place in a rush after the 11th hour deal with the Greens and passed in the Senate on the 26th of June, appears to be ready to be disallowed. What?
Oh, God.
To be disallowed? Is it unconstitutional for that law to take place in Australia? Nah.
Holy moly.
Senator Deborah O'Neill, who headed up the Standing Committee for the Security of Delegated Legislation, advised on Tuesday, September 17th, that in 15 sitting days' time, she shall move that the Therapeutic Goods Legislative Amendment, Vaping Reforms Regulations 2024 bill be disallowed. The committee has expressed some deep concerns over the use and appropriateness of certain powers of the TGA and question if they are in line with the Attorney General Department's guide to framing Commonwealth offenses or were even considered in the drafting of this bill. The committee considers that provisions which contain coercive powers should not ordinarily be included in delegated legislation. You mean history's going to judge you badly if you put coercive powers within your laws? No, they wouldn't do that.
No.
So after closing down all these vape shops, we're going to get rid of the bill.
Holy moly.
Damn. I vape and just completed a 4-hour-long flight. Excuse me. Just read what's there. What is with me on brain today? I vape and just completed 4 long-haul flights, 8 to 12 hours apiece. When I was a smoker, I would have been craving a ciggy within the first few minutes. With vaping, I don't feel any serious cravings at all. Had a couple nicotine mints, that's about it. But I could have gone without them. Has this been studied? It is being studied. I read some studies where they were participants of a different kind of study that were wearing nicotine patches. And every single one of the studies that I've read that had nicotine patches on guinea pigs for the scientific study had 0 withdrawal symptoms when the study was over and they quit using nicotine. So that tells me nicotine is not addictive without the MAOIs and the pyrazines that you find in combustible tobacco. Why don't the scientists understand that?
On the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no sensible argument on that level.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no sensible argument on that level.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, you compare a
Sir, I was trying to do that for you since we've heard our lovely Simon Chapman tell us that there's nothing harmful in them. Unfortunately, I was not able to do that without having to go directly to YouTube. So while you guys watch this, I will go and do that.
Further demyelination of the nerve. I can't believe we don't know this yet, but we don't. Here are 6 neurodegenerative diseases that have been studied to have benefits from the use of nicotine. First up is multiple sclerosis. Nicotine has been shown to decrease further demyelination of the nerve sheath, thereby preventing further degeneration in the disease process, and it also protects what is remaining. Next up is Parkinson's disease. It protects dopamine-producing neurons from further damage and degeneration, thereby protecting the Parkinson's patient and slowing the disease progression. And it stimulates dopamine release, which improves coordination and motor function. Next is Alzheimer's. Nicotine has been investigated for its cognitive enhancement in Alzheimer's patients. It may help improve memory and cognitive function. Next is schizophrenia. Nicotine has potential benefits of cognitive function and symptom management in the schizophrenic patient. It may help improve attention, memory, and other cognitive deficits. Nicotine's stimulant properties have led to research in the ADHD patient. It may improve focus, attention, and impulse control. And last but definitely not least is the use of nicotine in the depressed patient. It affects the neurotransmitter systems such as serotonin and dopamine. It temporarily provides relief for the patient by enhancing the mood. So there's a lot of information there. Why haven't we been learning about this? I don't condone cigarette smoking. There's over 500 toxic chemicals, especially pyrazines, that they put in these cigarettes that makes them addictive. It is those compounds that are the addictive properties, not the nicotine. If you would like more information like this, then hit that follow button.
There you go. More truth.
There you go.
Imagine that. We find out that these stupid labels they keep putting on all of our frickin' packages have been lying to us the whole time. Nicotine is dependence forming. When divorced from combustion, yes, you can create a dependence to nicotine. But it is certainly not going to be anything like it was when you were smoking cigarettes because it does not have the associated pyrazines and the MAOIs, the antidepressants, that augment the uptake and upregulation of nicotine. Don't need to be a scientist, a rocket scientist to figure this out. There are health benefits to using nicotine.
It's a stimulant at the end of the day, isn't it? So,
Vaping 6 years has saved my life. Ex 2-pack-a-day smoker for 45 years. Anybody got any ideas on some new juice that might be able to pick up and try out?
Hydra. Melon. Oh, not melon.
Your favorite.
Oh, not melon.
Your favorite,
Not
Kenny.
melon. Oh, no. Not watermelon, please. Anything but. No.
Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that
Anything but melon,
fantastic?
please.
We
My
reached
God.
the end of the news and finally cleared out our show folder in Twitter. So it's time for us to jump into what Kenny found for us to take a look at.
Ooh.
Right here on
big heads up,
YouTube.
Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat.
Take your meat sticks and shove them up your meat hole.
Ce geste en apparence anodin tue chaque année plus de 8 millions de personnes.
Parlez-vous français?
I must say it is a French channel, but you know, it's got subtitles, so you know what they're saying.
À travers le monde. La combustion du tabac est la première cause de mort évitable de l'humanité. En France, c'est 75 000 décès par an, soit plus de
75,000 deaths in France are from cigarettes. 200 deaths per day.
A day. Wow.
We've got 500,000 here in the United States, but we also have the population of 333 million and the square footage of maybe 100 France. So it could be worse. It could be 750,000 instead of 480,000. We have 1,358 deaths per day here in the United States from cigarette smoking. And since I quit, current number 31,528,844 people, human beings, have died from cigarette combustion since I started vaping and stopped smoking. To hear Turk, you want to talk about, how we aren't even quitters, where we're smoking light is what he calls vaping. You can shove it up your ass because 31,500,000 people have died from not smoking light.
Exactly. Exactamundo.
Link in the description if you want to watch that whole thing, but we're going to jump to the second part because we're going to visit and see a little bit of John Dunn, and we're going to see a little bit of Clive Bates. And see if you can recognize anybody else.
Changing the way people use nicotine into a much safer way rather than sort of trying to get them to stop using nicotine.
Il vaut beaucoup mieux une addiction à la nicotine sous forme de cigarette électronique ou de tout dispositif d'ailleurs sans combustion plutôt qu'un retour à la cigarette qui serait la vraie catastrophe sanitaire.
Et puis, qu'est-ce que ça peut faire? Enfin, franchement, mais qu'est-ce que ça peut faire de utiliser de la nicotine toute sa vie? C'est stimulant, ça permet de pas fumer, ça permet de pas reprendre après. et il n'y a pas de danger sur la santé.
What's important to understand that nicotine as a substance itself is rather benign. It doesn't kill people, it doesn't cause major health problems. But it is a stimulant and it is addictive. So, you know, a lot of the studies that you see where they talk about that it elevates your heart rate, that it has effects over your arteries and your veins and things like that, that's quite normal for any stimulant. But what they don't do is they don't compare those results, for instance, to what happens when your body is exercising, what happens when your body is consuming caffeine, which is another stimulant. And the results are very, very similar.
I think it's much better to work on the principle that people will use this relatively benign recreational drug nicotine, and that the challenge for public health is not to hector them or bully them into not using it, because that doesn't work, but to find much safer ways of using it so they don't fall down dead with cancer or live in misery with COPD or, you know, have cardiovascular disease. That, to me, is the challenge.
I think with all of the negative media press that vaping's had over the last couple of years specifically, we've seen that misconception of the harms of nicotine in the general public get worse and worse year on year. There's many people out there that think that vaping, for instance, is just as bad or even worse than smoking, which is absolutely not the case. And I think that's what the general public don't understand as well, is the nicotine in gum and patches is the exact same nicotine that is in an e-cigarette that's in a pouch. We don't make up different types of nicotine.
Quand on entend les choses sur la nicotine ou même sur le tabac, est-ce que vous imaginez un seul instant que le monde, quelle que soit sa complexité et parfois ses intérêts financiers, ait autorisé les patchs de nicotine chez la femme enceinte si c'était la nicotine qui tuait? Donc on se on se trompe de combat prioritaire.
There's a generation that has been brought up to demonize nicotine. I remember back in my day there was the cartoon characters called Nicotine. So a lot of people, especially at my age, remember that.
Come on, kids. If you want to grow up fast, take one of these. One puff and they'll soon be in my grasp.
I think what's getting lost here is the fact that what kills people is the combustion of analog cigarettes. It's all of those carcinogenic substances that are being ingested through combustion rather than the effects of nicotine. And I think that's where the confusion comes for people who don't smoke and don't vape, who really don't understand how nicotine works. So that's a huge problem.
Le message principal qu'on pourrait donner à toutes et tous, c'est ce n'est pas le tabac en lui-même qui tue, mais la combustion.
Not so fast, nicotine. If you want to go up fast, take one of these. With my X-ray vision, I can see the...
Oh, X-ray vision! I can see the damage in nicotine.
That was the advert. I remember that as a kid. Yeah, man. Jesus. Again,
what's going on with our sound effects here?
If Alex has left links in the description, they're both well worth a watch. Definitely. Definitely worth a watch.
Windows is up to its shenanigans again, mate.
I did send you another one about the... obviously, we're going up with the snus usage in the UK, which I've told Alex to have a look at before he obviously brings out the news, whatever. But they're going on about the snus being used with professional footballers. And they're saying, like, you know, they're sitting out, you know, some have been known to have 8 pouches in their mouth at once. You know what I mean? And then they're going out doing training and collapsing on the field with a minor heart attack. Obviously, if you've got a stimulant and you're working your body 90 mile an hour football training, it's not rocket science, is it? Of course, it's going to damage you. You know what I mean?
Vaping
Holy shit, they should be
is
drug
better
tested
than smoking.
That works.
The fireworks don't.
That's odd.
Goes to the voice meter 5. I checked it in StreamerBot. It's going to voice meter 5. I checked inside of voice meter and nothing happens. when it plays. So no wonder OBS isn't picking it up. Twitch speaker's working. I don't know why.
Odd.
Very odd. But you know what? All this science and news and politics and Trump saving vaping, and we didn't even get into the actual news links. Where's that at?
There's so much to tell, Seth. There's so much to tell.
Well, there's so much going on. But here's where it all came from. We'll jump back to that. Because this is, you can check this out if you really want to know about this. Trump vows to save vaping despite previous support for the ban. So once again, you know, the twisted media is reporting it in their goggles and their perspective on things. They were like, oh, he was going to ban it before, and he banned it. He banned Juul. He banned flavors. No, he banned flavored sealed pods. That's why we still have vape shops. So you forgot about that part because you didn't like that part. So be it. But we talked about this before, how he cut the budget for the World Health Organization and why they're scared shitless if he gets reelected. It's going to strip them of their powers. FDA's scared shitless about it because, you know, they've been lying to the public all this time. If he gets into office and forces them to tell the truth and risks them losing their jobs if they don't comply, well, that's going to be a major shift.
Shit will hit the fan, mate.
And this is, like I said before, this isn't just restricted to the United States. This is making this news around the world. Okay?
Yep.
Here we have Sig Magazine in Italy. Trump's promise, I will save the e-cigarette again. The Republican candidate writes on a truth post, but the scenario compared to the years of his presidency has changed a lot. In some ways it has, in some ways it hasn't. But he claims, I will save vaping again. The electronic cigarette enters the lively American presidential election campaign thanks to a post on social media Truth by Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump. In 2019, I saved the flavors in e-cigarettes, and this has greatly helped people to quit smoking, writes the former president. I raised the age to 21 to buy all tobacco products, including vaping products, keeping them away from minors. Kamala and Joe want to ban everything, killing small businesses across the country. I will save vaping again. Meaning you're going to save vaping the right way? Fully save vaping? You're going to dismantle the FDA and their mass denial of this life-saving technology? Wouldn't that be awesome?
It would just be interesting to see what he would do, really, wouldn't it?
And like I said, it's not about him. I don't trust him as far as I could throw him. Right? But the people he surrounded himself with, I do trust to do the right thing and to make America healthy again. So in that regards, it's not so much a battle of the lesser of two evils anymore for me. It's about what my hopes and dreams are for this industry and for myself to be an actual accepted member of this industry, not just an advocate for it.
I mean, according to like what we hear over here, like obviously the state you're in is a major battleground for both parties. You know, if either one wins, I reckon it's a good leap forward for them. Whoever gets it.
Yeah, and the reality is, teen vaping hits a 10-year low in the United States. The amount of nicotine consumption by teenagers is at a historic 50-year low. Exactly. That's when you add every source of nicotine up and compare it to what the teen usage was 50 years ago. We are lower now than it has ever been in the last 50 years. Our entire life, teen nicotine usage is lower than it's been our entire life.
It's a fad. They go through it, milk it, and they move on. Like everything.
Take a commercial and shove it up your wazoo. Then we have Harris Vaping is the revenge of the tobacco industry. Well, that just became utterly clear what stance she has on it.
Exactly.
Simon Harris described vaping. Oh, wait a minute. It's a different Harris. What? Simon Harris described vaping as being the revenge of the tobacco industry. As the cabinet prepares to approve laws to ban the sale of disposable vapes, Health Minister Stephen Donnelly is seeking approval of draft laws that would ban the sale, manufacture, and import of single-use vapes in Ireland. Oh, we're talking about Ireland.
I think they're
right up north of you, mate.
Yeah. Well, they're west. They're an island west. The Irish Sea, matey. It's called the Irish Sea. Irish Sea. Over there in the is it the Atlantic? Atlantic, yeah.
My apologies. My geography ain't as good as I thought it was.
They're still north of what you would call southern England, but you know, the west. They're on their own little island.
Wrong, Harris. My apologies. See how it's so easy to get confused when you oversimplify everything? And you only read headlines? Have you seen this guy? Steve Forbes? Talk about vaping? Why the war on vaping is needlessly killing people. Right from the mouth of Steve Forbes.
Hello. Vaping is a deadly example of modern socialism. It is needlessly killing people. Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times. Vast experience has demonstrated that vaping is the most effective tool around for helping people get off of cigarettes. It is vastly more effective than gums or patches. Yet vaping remains in the crosshairs of the FDA, the CDC, the World Health Organization, and an endless pool of politicians. It has wrongly been equated with cigarette smoking. Nothing could be further from the truth. What makes cigarettes so deadly is not nicotine, but rather the tars and other toxins and poisons that users inhale. E-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than traditional smokes. The nicotine gives users the pleasures of so-called combustible cigarettes without the poisons. Contrary to the anti-science attitudes of too many American health authorities, those in Britain actively encourage people trying to give up so-called cancer sticks to switch to vaping. With no real-world evidence, health poobahs here have hysterically cried that vaping is a gateway to regular cigarettes. They freaked out when teenage vaping soared for several years, ignoring that at the same time, youthful cigarette smoking was dropping sharply. Overall nicotine use went down slightly. Now the teenage vaping fad is fading fast. The CDS's National Youth Tobacco Survey shows that the use of e-cigarettes by young people has plummeted 60% since 2019. Usage is at a 10-year low. Amazingly, less than 2% of young people are smokers. Yet despite all this evidence, the FDA and plenty of politicians act as if a deadly vaping crisis exists. The FDA won't approve flavored e-cigarettes. Even tobacco-flavored vapes, which users don't like, have trouble getting approval. No wonder almost all the e-cigarettes...
Hold on. Users don't like. Happy Hippie has experienced the same thing many of us have felt and experienced. I felt the same way for years, but recently had one. Tasted like a banana cigarette. It was scary that I liked it. Or maybe it drummed up some memories of my cigarette habit. It's now my new all-day vape.
Not my new all-day vape. Not.
It's not my new all-day vape.
You know it is.
Listen, how many times did I talk about how I did not want to use tobacco flavoring in my DIY liquids? I need to lose some weight so my chair doesn't yell and scream at me that I'm like massively overweight. That's what it really boils down to. Let's be honest.
Oh, bless you.
We tell the truth on this episode, even if it's ugly, because it's better to know the truth than to live in a lie.
Cigarette sales today are illegal. The FDA destructively ignores our ugly experience with the prohibition of liquor over a century ago. Instead, the FDA still obsesses over the non-crisis of young people. Since getting people off of regular cigarettes is a massive lifesaver, the FDA should instead focus on aiding adults by approving flavored vaping products and encouraging their use. This would save literally hundreds of thousands of lives in the years ahead. Instead, the FDA is practicing modern socialism, whereby government doesn't take over industries, but rather employs extensive, intrusive regulations as the means to control businesses and people. It won't ban vaping, but it kills it by regulation. Of course, this means black markets and products that may be of dubious safety and quality.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Fortunately, the Constitution and the rule of law are not yet dead in the U.S. An appeals court recently ruled that the FDA's decision-making process here is capricious and arbitrary. The issue is headed to the Supreme Court, and may the Supremes send the FDA's behavior up in smoke. I'm Steve Forbes. Thanks for listening. Do send in your comment.
Nice. Thank you, Steve Forbes. Got any extra money? Want to sponsor the channel?
I just state though, like, like everybody says tobacco flavor. Not all tobaccos are the tobacco flavor that you think. Some of them actually are flavored. You can get vanilla tobaccos, you can get, strawberry tobaccos. They're not like what you think of a cigarette. And probably the tobacco flavors they're talking about are the actual tobacco leaf. Not a cigarette as we would think. It's like a leaf, the tobacco leaf itself. How it's dried and cured and all that bullshit before it gets processed to smoking tobacco or cigarettes, as we know. So it's it's like Marmite, it's like it's a love-hate relationship. You either love it or you hate it. But don't be
like musk.
Don't be fooled by thinking that. Yeah, Alex.
Lady perfume.
Musk. But, yeah, so
Australia's version of
tobacco.
Twizzlers.
Yeah, but don't be fooled by just saying tobacco flavor. It's not like a cigarette as we remember it. It tastes nothing like it.
Happy Hippie's right. Like not all wines taste like grapes.
Exactly. There you go. Hit the nail on the head.
And you thought it was bad in Minnesota about them going after vapes? Minnesota's attorney general going after vapes? They've taken it one step further. What are they, a bunch of commies up there? Minnesota bans cannabis smoking and vaping in multifamily housing units.
Oh, Jesus.
What is going on, man? No leaves there, just buds, dude.
Just like
Minnesota, don't you know? Minnesota, don't you know? We got
it's
it all.
Just like our lot now, that Keir Starmer wants to ban vaping and smoking outside pubs in the fresh air. You're not allowed to smoke outside. According to Starmer,
outside, no smoking outside. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
But you can breathe in the bus exhaust. No worries there.
Exactly. So there you go.
Vaping restrictions cost lives. And they don't even shrink nicotine usage. Imagine that. Youth vaping is down thanks to public education campaigns, social pressure, and increased knowledge about the dangers of smoking and addiction. But what does that have to do with vaping? You're conflating the two.
Exactly. Conflicting interests, as you say it.
Isn't it bad when you start reading something, you only get into the first sentence and you go, can't read any more of this crap. It's already crap.
Nope.
Data shows decrease in vaping amongst teens as nicotine pouch use rises. Isn't this what they call mission creep, where They go after a devil and they get rid of the devil, and then all of a sudden they got to find a new devil to go after.
Mm-hmm.
Kids aren't vaping, so it must be the pouches. They must all be doing pouches. So that's the next thing we're going to go after and ban. From Lubbock, Texas.
Already doing it in the UK. They're already doing it in the UK. They're already looking into it now.
And they're doing it in Canada.
They're going to put it under the tobacco bill, apparently. Or try to.
No place in the United States or the world is safe. Perfect example of that is from my home stomping grounds. Rocky River, Ohio, is a suburb of Cleveland, Ohio. Vaping and smoking ban on public property approved in Rocky River.
Holy moly, man.
Rocky River, Ohio. The Rocky River City Council approved a ban on smoking and vaping tobacco and marijuana products on city-owned property on Monday. The ban now makes smoking and vaping off limits inside and outside of the properties and includes the lawns and sidewalks adjacent to them.
Fucking hell. Hey, you know, the UK pub scenario, isn't it?
Are you a fucking moron? It also includes public parks, pavilions, public parking spaces. Wait till the CCTV cameras inside of the parking garages catch you vaping in your car, and then the cops send you a ticket in the mail. Once AI takes over policing. You want to go take your dog for a walk in a public park? Better not vape once you get there.
How can they enforce something? Because technically, as soon as you leave your front door and you walk out your back garden gate off your property, you're in a public place. So,
well, the law can only apply to government-owned property.
So I know, but even if you don't intend to visit that place, say you go into a shop and you've got to pass that building to get to a shop, you go, oh, fuck, I can't vape on government property. You know what I mean? Come on.
It's ridiculous.
I can understand it.
All of it.
I can understand it. Yeah, I can understand inside the building property, all that crap. Fair enough, but a public footpath adjacent to it. Get to fuck. Really?
They're ridiculous, man. Nope. This needs to change. And the only way it changes is if everybody gets to understand what the fuck we're talking about. That's why some of the stuff we talk about, like we're talking to 5-year-olds. Because it's that simple. VG and PG and nicotine are all safe for inhalation and do not cause any harm, do not cause cancer. There's no risk to health at all from any of these ingredients. Already been scientifically proven. You can consume it in any way you want. Fog machines have been used in school dances my entire life. That's why I bought a fog machine as soon as I started to DJ. For money, right? Same exact liquid. PG's used in medications that you take in orally and you inhale them in medications you get at the dentist office to numb you up when you get your nitric oxide.
Yep.
Lots of different situations and circumstances. It's already been proven safe and effective. The only potential harm comes from the flavoring agents, and they're in such minuscule quantities that they couldn't hurt a fly. Except maybe if the one person uses the exact same e-liquid as their all-day vape for their entire life, which ain't ever going to happen. I can't see anybody doing that.
Good news, everyone!
Health Minister warns retailers still selling illegal vapes could soon face prosecution. Months after the ban took force. Except for the fact that your legislation might be up in smoke. We don't know yet. Be like the people that consume cannabis here in the States, in the places where it's not legalized, even though they bought it in a place that's legalized. They just can't consume it in their home state.
Bullshit of them.
It's all bullshit. So much so that it makes me want to drink.
Is it that time?
We've been at it for 2 hours. talking about the news.
But there's a lot to
flew right
cover,
by.
son.
It just flew
Yes,
right
exactly,
by.
But there is a lot to cover, and we've got to inform our public.
Yeah, and some weeks I find so much stuff I've got to weed it out and actually cut it down. I should have probably done that this week. All right, time for a flavor explosion. I got 2 for you today.
Ooh, greedy.
Ready?
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Up for your entertainment today. I told you I got 2 wonderful drinks. My wife picked this up. This is going to be very interesting. Tell me what you think of that.
Zero sugar Oreo, really?
Zero sugar
In the US,
Oreo
something-
Coca-Cola. Fizzy cookie flavored cola. 0 calories. 7.5 ounce can. Have you ever seen anything so ridiculous?
Especially in the US. Nothing in the US has got no sugar in it. Nothing. I don't care what you say. I bet
This is going to be interesting, man.
I bet they even put sugar in the manufacture of the can.
All right. This sounds so weird. I'm going to have to show you my second beverage in case that one's so disgusting that I have to like puke it up or something. I've got one that my wife brought home and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be bad. This show's going to turn really bad. Ready? Make America peach again. Flavored alcoholic beverage in a mason jar. 28 proof, 14% alcohol.
Jesus.
0% juice, 190 calories for a 5-ounce serving.
Fuck.
And because this thing comes in a mason jar, my wife had to buy a pourer for the mason jar.
Oh, very posh. Very posh. Here's me thinking we're just going to twist the cap off and drink it straight out of the jar.
I probably should.
See, there he goes. Ooh.
Ooh. We might be in a lot of trouble today, man. Okay. There's the peach.
Shit.
Beautiful, delicious, fully saturated peach. Tastes almost like a peach juice, equivalent to the sweetness of your typical apple juice. And let's see how that contrasts with Oreo cookie, 0 sugar Coca-Cola. What is this going to taste like?
Shit.
Hold on here. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to taste like somebody at the Coca-Cola plant brought in Oreos for their lunch, dropped them on the floor, their friend stomped on it, and then they scraped that up and threw it into a can. It's not that bad. It's weird, but it's not that bad. What do you got?
They've done that. They've done that so you can add your vodka. I'm just a plain old boring lager out again, folks. I've gone from a tried and tested 1664. This is a wonderful French lager at 4.6% alcohol by volume on, as we are metric over here, a 500, what's that? 568 milliliter can. In other words, equivalent to a UK pint. So there's a pint of 1664 lager. There you have it.
This is weird as hell, but it really isn't that bad. I mean, I drink diet stuff every once in a while. My wife picks it up the wrong thing, especially when it comes to like Gatorade or something like that. She'll pick up the Gatorade Zero, not even realize it's 0-calorie diet stuff. If you drank Diet Coke on a regular basis, this would be like a pleasant change from the ordinary. To me, it sounded disgusting. Oreo cookies and Coca-Cola? I couldn't imagine eating an Oreo and then drinking Coke to wash it down. I've
got a small confession to make.
Yeah?
My flavor explosion started a little earlier.
No wonder the 2 hours for the news flew by for you. Hey, don't feel bad because I didn't bring a cup or a glass down. So where do you think this Great American Peach is going?
For whatever reason, these past couple of days I've been very thirsty and I've been drinking like juices and waters and everything for fun. I've obviously been peeing for fun as well, but I was just so dry again when I've come on. I went, I need something to drink.
I feel like the dogs.
I licked the lapping it up off the thing.
That peach is so good. I love it. You know when you bite into a fresh peach and the juice is just like all over your mouth and dripping on your shirt and stuff? And that's how good this peach is. Great American Peach? You got me sold. I'm going to buy this again for sure.
Very nice. Well, there's lots of sugar in it.
Oh, let's take a look at the ingredients here. Total fat is 0. Total sodium is 0. Total carbohydrates is 7%, 13 grams. Total sugars, 10 grams.
Jesus.
Added sugars, 32% of the daily value in one serving of this.
Holy fuck.
5 fluid ounces. There's 23 and a half ounces in this. So do a little bit of math. It's 4.5 servings inside here. So you could get easily 150% of your added sugar intake for the entire day by drinking just one of these.
Holy shit.
Hence why she bought me Coca-Cola Zero. It's not bad.
Oh.
And it holds its own.
Oh, apologies. Oh, apologies, Darren. Oh. Well, you know, next time, pull yourself up a beer and sit and chill out, my friend. Grab yourself a beer, sit and chill.
Yep, have to have an adult beverage every single week. And I need to finish the review for this beautiful Hell Vape Mouth to Lung 2. They came out, the Dead Rabbit Mouth to Lung 2. This is the best mouth to lung tank I have ever used. Dusty Country Road, if you're out there, I was wondering, it was you or your wife that's a mouth to lung vapor. This would be right up your alley, man. Better than the Arbiter Solo.
The Arbiter's getting hammered now, isn't it?
It's old technology, dude. Time marches on. Technology marches on. I just never thought I'd be in love with Hell Vape. I was never a Hell Vape fanboy. Ever. I haven't found one of their new stuff that I don't like. I got to get the drippers now. That's going to be the next thing. I'm going to review the drippers. As soon as this one gets published, I'm going to start the review. I'm going to get the drippers and compare their new drippers they have out. If the flavor's this good on a tank, what's it going to be on a dripper?
Well, you know, it's always going to be better on a dripper.
That's a mouth to lung tank with the 2mm pin. And the pins go way down. I mean, you want a true mouth to lung tank that's really tight? You can do it. They give you 6 pins to swap out. You can dial this into exactly what you want it to be. And the flavor is fantastic for a mouth to lung tank.
I never thought I'd see the DHC that you're full of surprise. I've never thought.
I really thought I was going to hate this. This might be my new treat.
Oh well, we'll get some news up. I'm sorry, but
oh, so they're going to start bashing our Oxva now. Hell Vape is bashing Oxva. Hey man, Oxva hasn't sent me anything. I didn't get the X-Slim 2 or none of that stuff.
Really? Because you've got on the Hell Vape, you fell out with.
I asked local shops when I go to visit them if they have the latest Oxva things. Nobody does. There's only one shop in Pittsburgh here that carried Oxva stuff, and all they had was a Solo, the Arbiter Solo. They didn't have the Arbiter or the Arbiter 2. I'm like, how about the X-Slim? You got the X-Slim? Oh, we had that. We sold out. We never bothered to order another one. Why? I got coils for them if you want to put them in yours. I'm like, yeah, but you don't have the SQ Pro. This is amazing. But it's CRC certified, so it's only available in Canada, I guess.
I see.
0 sugar Oreo Coca-Cola.
It's a new one, isn't it? It's a weird one, that one.
But you know what? I hate Diet Coke. I would rather sacrifice and get the extra calories from a regular can of Coca-Cola once a week even. But now that I've got this, 0 calories, no added sugars. It's not a Diet Coke. That Oreo flavor masks that artificial sweetener.
I'm more of a Pepsi guy, to be honest with you. I like Pepsi rather than Coke.
Speaking of Pepsi, Darren's Red and Blue Cola.
Red and Blue.
I plowed through that. Tastes like Pepsi Crystal. Crystal Pepsi. Plowed through that. I'm now finishing that off. The banana runts.
Yeah, you said that was really good, didn't you? It was really nice.
It's not bad. It is a banana runt, but it is not like sickeningly sweet like a banana runt. Then again, in the line of hard candies, a banana runt really isn't sickeningly sweet. It's just banana sugar.
Yeah.
Not like a Jolly Rancher where it punches you in the face with the flavor. Dr. Pepper is my wife's obsession.
What? And Coke. So you mix it together. Is that what you're saying?
I'll have to give that a try. I got a can of each of those in the fridge.
Oh, we're talking
see if
50,
it accentuates
50,
each
70,
other.
Yeah, 70-30, 50-50, 60-40.
Hey, listen, after you drink this whole thing, it won't matter what the percentage is. You won't be able to taste any of it. Dr. Pepper Float's really good. Mallory's right. Yeah. Try Dr. Pepper Float.
What's more then?
Has she tried the strawberry Dr. Pepper? I don't think so. I'll have to ask her.
What's a Dr.
Spoken
Pepper
like a true
float?
vapor. A scoop of ice cream inside a glass of Dr. Pepper. We have root beer floats here in the States. So because root beer floats are so popular, you know, people like to swap it out and try different things instead of root beer. But Dr. Pepper float, that does sound fantastic.
Interesting. You could do that with quite a few flavors, couldn't you?
Yeah, I've got cola flavoring here. I've got root beer flavoring here. And I've made that before, trying to make a root beer float in a vape. It's hard to balance the flavors, but it is interesting. Kenny doesn't even know what root beer is, so I'm going to have to send him one in the Christmas package. An A&W root beer.
I've never ever had one.
So you got A&W root beer you're going to get. You're going to get the Fanta. I'm going to send you an orange Fanta so you can compare it with your Fanta on the show.
I'm going to return that and send you a UK one.
That's going to be wild, man. When you try that Fanta, it is going to be nothing like your Fanta. Because yours is made with orange juice. Like our Mountain Dew used to be made with orange juice. When they cheaped out and made it with chemicals instead.
And I'm going to send you some of these guys. Ooh.
Your exotic Indian flavored nuts.
Spicy. Yes, you're getting some of them.
Indian spicy.
Yes.
All we have is honey roasted peanuts here. My wife bought me a little container to sit on there. That's my little snack food.
We've got tons. We've not just got Indian ones. We've got like chili. You can get chili nuts. You can get honey nuts. No, the honey ones are too sickly. Ugh, don't like them.
Deer nuts. That's all we get at deer nuts in ours. All right, let's look at the agenda here. What do we have? Hand checks, and then we're going to do pet time. My dog's been waiting for their treat. But we'll do the hand checks first. What do we got for hand checks?
Mallory says you're going to get my salty nuts, apparently.
Your salty nuts. If he's well hydrated, he's not going to be nuts. All right, hand checks. First off, Robert uploaded a hand check and tagged me in it that I happened to catch on to, so we're going to check that out. Here's Robert's hand check. Look at that. Same modern tanks that he's been using for years, and it serves him well. Oh, Robert looks like a mouth-to-lung vapor. I bet he would love this Hell Vape Dead Rabbit RTA. Mouth-to-lung RTA.
Is that the cube in the middle? Is that the cube RTA in the middle? The cube mod? It is, isn't it?
That must be like one of the original ones. This is the fingerprint cube. I love them.
Very nice.
And like I said, I didn't post it on Facebook. I didn't make a Facebook post today, so. Hand checks from the Discord server.
Ooh.
Let me bring up the Discord server so I can see what the descriptions were for this.
Nice matchy.
All right.
Looks like it's a kit.
So that right there is the iJoy Shotgun Dual 18650 mod with the Watofo Bravo dual coil RTA filled with Juice Head Watermelon Lime.
That's very nice looking kit. Very matchy.
Yeah. G posted that on the Discord server. And then there's the next picture with the Juice Head Watermelon. And next to it, we have obviously the Pulse 90 watt with 24 millimeter Watofo Nudge dual RDA on the top. 0.9 ohm coil, 0.09 ohm coil, mixed nichrome fused Claptons, squonking the same juice head watermelon lime. Very nice.
Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Very, very nice.
And then on the box for the Pulse AIO V2, he gets, warning, this product can expose you to chemicals including formaldehyde, which is known in the state of California to cause cancer. Forget about the part that your body makes its own formaldehyde. Every day, gets rid of it. Shh. They don't want you to know that.
Don't say
They
that.
just want to scare
Oh, God,
you.
no.
Sale only allowed in the United States. Underage sale prohibited. For For more information, go visit www.p65warnings.ca.gov.
It says which can cause BT defects, right? So, in one of the videos we've just seen, when I posted up on it, why does one of the guys say that they give pregnant women patches? So how can the nicotine cause defects if they're giving pregnant fucking women patches? Idiots!
Because they've been lying to us, man. And now that we have this thing called the internet, we can check other countries and go, that's not what they're saying over there. One of you is telling a lie. One of you is telling us the truth. One of you is straight up lying to us. Mark Swith, hello and welcome. Darren D. Pleasure to have all of you here. Moving on in our hand checks. Here obviously is the Pulse AIO V2. A Tony B project.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
I'm going to have to get into these burrow tanks.
It's something I've never really, I don't know, fancied, but you know, you've got to speculate to accumulate, haven't you?
You've been playing GTA again, haven't you? That's a Trevor saying. I do like the crystal clear layout of it. Reminds me of the one Freemax tank they sent me. That was fantastic. Being able to see the boards inside and then the LED lighting of it. All set up. 0.46 ohm alien coil. Took one wrap out and ended up with 0.34. And don't worry, not leaving that nasty looking green Sony VC battery in there for long. I've got a new Molly cell P28A and a P45B coming in a couple weeks. He's going to throw some blue wraps on it. Yeah, I need to order some new batteries myself. I've been using the exact same one this whole time. So cool. There's our hand checks.
Awesome. Very nice.
You guys want a bone?
Are they there, dear?
Well, Lucy looked her eyes up at me like, you know, are you serious? Ruh-roh. What is with that? The webcam is missing. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Red alert. The face cam is frozen on that computer. Nothing's working right. Except for the thumbnail. The boom cam. All right, doggies. Just because the camera's not working doesn't mean you're not going to get one. Come here, Lucy.
Oh.
Alexa, table on.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. No.
Have technology, we'll make it work one way or another.
That's it. Where is that, boys and girls? Come on. At least one of them's enjoying the bone.
They both are. Only one of them gets to be on camera, though.
The star of the show.
The third one's outside. The beagle's outside. She was too rambunctious to come in today. Yeah.
Aw.
So she's tied up on the runner outside. I'm listening to see if it starts raining or not. They were calling for 40% chance of rain today, so if it is, you know, I'll run down and grab her.
Oh, we're inundated at the moment. We've got floods south of us and everything again. The minute we're getting hammered. Few storms. All right. Oh, Mallory, you're up your tricks again, eh?
Rub my belly, rub my belly. Got another bone? You sit up like E.T., like a little fat girl? All right. You talked me into it. Here's another one. There you go.
Then Mallory's back to the finest again with the jokes.
Alexa, table off.
Oh, very posh.
Good to go. Camera's a little crooked, but you know, it is what it is.
Happy days.
It works.
Of course it does. How do you spot a blind man on a beach, on a nude beach? It's not hard.
How?
It's not hard.
That's
I love
not hard. That must be a sign that we need to get to the dad jokes. That's what she means. And we have plenty of those. As always. Because after looking at the news, we definitely need something to, you know, lighten things up a little bit. Can't just rely on alcohol.
Is your name Wi-Fi? Because I'm feeling a strong connection. And I'm ready to go down with no bandwidth limit.
And then we got Darren. I feel sorry for you, bud. My wife's Wi-Fi is turned off.
Poor Darren.
I married the right woman. Let me just put it that way. And we'll just leave her at that.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Dad joke time. Where's the bumper? Dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care.
What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Ah! The police after raiding Diddy's house. Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Holy moly.
That's the most unusual vape stash I've ever seen.
I'd rather kiss a dead moose's butt than have that up mine. Oh. I may not be in Green Bay, but I am a Packers fan, no matter where I am.
Packers fan, oh my God.
No association with the previous picture. Any subliminal messages you may have caught on to before is exclusively a contrivance of your thought process.
Your sick imagination.
And a reminder, the correlation is not causation.
Holy shit, that's one big heavy seagull.
Or the pipe was bent before the seagull landed.
Hey.
Thinking Human fun fact number 792. Humans are deuterosomes, which means that when they develop in the womb, the anus forms before any other opening, which basically means at one point you were nothing but an asshole. Some people, unfortunately, never develop beyond this stage.
That tickled me chuckle at that one, yeah. You're an asshole. Oh, yes.
And why we hate engineers. Michael Redfern right now is cussing out, going, I see that once I wake. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
It says I've been there before. You're like, what the F? Oh.
And you don't need to be a smart-ass engineer to fuck shit up.
No.
Sometimes you just have to shake your head and walk away from the stupidity which could have been easily avoided.
You see that little half-round gap in the next spoke, mate? See that little half-round gap in the next... There you go. That's where that bit's supposed to go. No, I don't like that. I'll just cut a hole in it. Really. God almighty. Common sense is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Some people just don't get it.
Nope. Oh, bugger. Holy smoke. That's a job's worth, that, like.
Mate didn't move his car, so we painted it for him.
I would love to see the man.
Because we're a bunch of cheeky little fucks.
I'd love to see the man who got the machine over the top of that, like.
Oh, that was definitely hand painted. Look how crooked that brush strokes are.
still good though. Quality. I think I would do
Racing
the same,
stripes.
actually. I'd be
Increase the value of your car.
think I'd
Why don't you
be-
want to sue us? We increased the value of your car.
I think I'd be a twat and do that as well.
Hey, I got to give props to the
shit.
alignment guy.
Holy moly! What the fuck?
Biden economics, dude. You got to use every little piece of it you can before you're having to replace it.
Well overflated. Oh,
You
wow.
think this was
yeah,
overused?
What the hell? What on earth is that?
That's a rotor. Those are the
Jesus
cooling
Christ.
fins. They use that rotor all the way down and let the brakes drag and drag and drag for months.
Oh,
Can you imagine what kind of racket that made every time that car tried to stop?
okay, now, man.
And the
That's if it did
vibration.
stop. Praise God, man.
I feel like I'm on an episode of Star Trek.
Jesus. Holy fuck.
There's some ingenuity.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Be a comfortable ride.
He's getting that from the old chopper bikes that we used to have around here in the 70s. You know, the rally choppers with the big... Yeah, that's his inspiration.
Yeah, so all you got to do now, is you need to cut the frame and rake that front handlebar back.
Yeah,
Rake
and
that
put
front
a
wheel
smaller
out.
wheel on the front. Yeah, and a little wheel on the front, you've got a rally chopper. Oh, no. Hell no. Holy moly. God almighty, man. You don't need like a heavy goods vehicle license to drive something like that. You know what I mean? It's
Nope.
ridiculous.
Nope.
I mean, how are you?
Longfoot. The Chevrolet
Oh, it's
Longfoot.
definitely that. It's definitely that. Jesus Christ.
Fagan would love it.
I'll tell you what it is. If you had that on UK roads, you'd be fucked. Because we've got that many tight bends and turns, you would never get around the corner.
Ready? Here go. It gets worse the longer you look.
What on earth?
They made their own engine hoist with ladders.
With a pair of ladders on bricks.
On buckets. Except over here,
Holy moly.
they didn't have enough, so they concocted their own little established.
Jesus. Holy moly. That's a big old motor it's holding as well, and it's big V8. Jesus Christ.
And a transmission.
Oh hell no. Look at the height it is and all. Jesus.
A redneck's got to do what a redneck's going to do. You got to get the job done by any means necessary.
I'll give him the juice, like, but fuck that.
All right. How fast is the speed limit?
What's that? Square root of 16?
Cubed.
Square root 60 is 484. 12. No. I haven't got me calculating. My brain's too dead.
64 kilometers an hour.
16. Correct.
4 cubed is 64. 4 times 4 is 16. 16 times 4 is 64.
That's got it. That's it. 4 before. It's 4 before. That's right. Brain fart. Oh dear. What?
Nothing to see here. Got a fag in her hand.
Oh, Jesus. Kaboosh.
Okay, Jeepers.
I'll be like,
so I'm a college
I'll be
student,
like that
okay?
there. That'll have been like that one before, that petrol can that got sued. There's some fucking idiot with a cigarette. They'll sue the can manufacturer for that.
Okay, college students. Okay, jeepers. So I'm in college at TSU, and I noticed that they built brand new chargers for electric vehicles. And if you have a plug-in electric vehicle, you do not need to buy the $250 yearly parking permit. So I decided to try something out, and it's been a month, and I haven't been caught yet. What do you think? Take an empty charging receptacle and mount it to your car so your car looks like an electric vehicle. And you can use the free parking pass and free parking privileges for the electronic vehicles.
Clever. Very clever. I like it.
Prohibition doesn't work.
You know, that's ingenuity for you see.
Yes. Dear Ford engineers, please go back to fucking school and learn how to build a one-piece lug nut. Sincerely, a Ford customer that's sick and tired of having to spend money on fucking stupid shit that never, ever used to go bad.
Nah.
My wife's Explorer
things
has lug nuts that are swelling because they're one of these stupid multi-piece units. And it's rusting underneath the aluminum cap, the chrome-plated aluminum cap. And it's bulging out, and my 19-millimeter socket no longer wants to fit on there, so I have to use a 20-millimeter socket and risk rounding out the whole thing or busting apart the lug nut. So I had to order new lug nuts, except Ford wants $10 per lug nut to replace it with OEM parts. So I had to buy the Dorman kit, which was still $40 for 5 lug nuts.
Nope, straight to a breaker's yard. Get 4 nuts up a wheel, same thread, job done. Bollocks with that. They're horrible. Cut them off. Because the thing is, most tyre fitters now use windy guns, so it'll just strip it.
What do you think I use in my driveway, mate?
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. The stupidity continues. The wonderful society that we live in, the beautiful Biden economics, have resulted in a $73,235 F-150 Lightning, if you want to buy last year's model. Look at the upcharge. Theft deterrent catalytic converter, $500.
Deterrent. It's a deterrent, so basically it'll not work.
No, the problem is lithium scrap value has gone up so much that people are literally cutting off catalytic converters in the middle of the night off of cars so that they can get the scrap value from the lithium inside them, from the catalyst used in the catalytic converter.
Oh, they do it over here. Got to rip them off over here, but even so, Christ almighty.
So now Ford offers you a theft deterrent catalytic converter that's in its own encased steel housing that isn't easy to rip out of your truck.
Yeah.
That now cost $73,235.
They can't even do that standard. Holy fuck.
Dealer's asking price?
77,000. Jesus Christ.
That doesn't include tax, title, or transfer.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a motor.
So here's an idea for you. Christmas is right around the corner, right? You were complaining last week that the kids turned the heat on because your dryer's not working, so they're using the registers to dry their clothes.
Yep.
There you go. Put that on your thermostat, mate.
Fewer presets.
Turn the thermostat this way for fewer presents and this way for more presents.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Very good idea.
Okay, so this is how the rest of the world sees American food. right?
Yeah.
And this is exactly how American food looks like.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Listen, the last time we ordered Permanis, I had to laugh. We it wasn't DoorDash, it was the other one. It was Uber Eats. We did Uber Eats, DoorDash. Uber Eats, ordered Permani sandwiches. And my wife wanted cheese fries. Well, I normally order cheese fries. So instead of ordering, 2 individual cheese fries, it comes in little styrofoam containers like this, right? I just ordered the family size cheese fries, which comes in a pizza box, a large pizza box. That's exactly what it looked like.
Fucking hell.
And the thing is, because they spread it all out over the entire pizza box and spread the cheese over the whole thing, it was probably the best order of cheese fries I've ever had in my entire life.
Make them at home. Cheaper.
Everybody's heard of the General Lee, but how about, have you met his 420 friendly cousin, Honest Herb?
Honest Herb. It's green. Oh my God!
I want to know how many of these Kid Rock owns. He's got a fleet of them, probably. We guarantee fast service, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, obviously, yep, I get that one. Damn. Holy moly.
Is it cool? Yes. It's a vestibule for you to walk between your house and your garage. But why would you spend that much to create a bizarre structure like that? I mean, it's cool and all. You know how long the carpenters would have to work to get that?
Oh,
built?
It is amazing structure. I'll give it that. Cool as out. Ooh. Strange, matey.
Some things you just go, why? Yeah, I like it. It's cool, but why?
Probably rich people.
Hey, not that we're keeping track or anything, folks, but conspiracy theorists are up 37-0 this month.
Yeah. We get that.
All right, matey. How many times did this happen before they had to put up a sign for it?
A cow falling on your car. Fuck off. Get this shit. Get away and fuck. Get away and bollocks. Nah, not having that. Nah. That's nah.
It makes you wonder whether Moose Crossing might be a better place to live. You have cows falling on cars and you have to put up a sign to warn people that you might have a cow fall on your car. What?
Jesus.
Hey, a tree fell on my fence, making the best part of it while I negotiate for a repair.
That's
One little
awesome
beware
idea.
of dog
Yeah.
sign.
Yeah.
Don't want to mess with that house.
Enter at your own risk. Enter at your own risk, matey.
Enter? Walk by at your own risk. The largest 6 publicly traded oil companies made more than $70 billion in profit in the last 3 months. Can we stop saying inflation when you mean record-breaking corporate profits?
Oh, God, we've had all that over here. BP, Shell Oil, all making ridiculous amounts of money.
You fought in the meme wars? Well, I was a ship poster once, yes.
Shit poster. Oh,
A spare team side effects: decreased vision, headaches, migraine, epileptic seizures, severe depression, irritability, phobias, severe postmenopardal stress syndrome, aka PMS, premenstrual syndrome, hyperactivity in children, multiple sclerosis, chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, birth defects, including mental retardation.
Oh, lovely.
Still available for sale everywhere. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
No. Mr. FDA, can you have a look at that?
FDA has determined that it's safe and effective for human consumption. So here we have the absolute GOAT of hotel room ACs. If I walk into the room and see one of these, I know I'm going to wake up in Hoth.
Okay.
You want some of my nuts?
Well, not yours personally, like, but you know.
They look like reindeer testicles.
They don't look like nuts at all. They look like a kangaroo's anus. Pick on the side. There you go.
Men should ejaculate at least 21 times per month to reduce the risk of developing prostate cancer. Well, it's June 23rd and I'm already done with August. Nothing to see here.
Holy shit.
I hate getting catcalled. Me too. You too? Hello? Meow. What do you want? You'd have lots more friends if you were a little nicer to people at work. I don't need any more friends. I already have like 2.
True.
Maybe once I finish these 2, eating these 2, maybe I'll look for a replacement.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here, folks. I just got that dog in me. Corn dog.
Oh, that's not good.
What you do in the privacy of your own home is perfectly fine until you have to call an ambulance for it. Boomer, you have no dignity. It's pronounced no diggity, motherfucker. Boss, do more. Me, pay me more. Boss.
Hang on a minute, I've just lost all sound.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, I got sound. Ruh-roh. What's going on? Sucks to be you, because it works here. That's
Still
weird.
Connected. Yeah, I ain't got
sometimes
jack shit coming in.
All we need is a hug. Well, fuck this shit. Snap. Boop. Welcome to hell. It's not so bad here. Shit, dude. Welcome to Burger King. Would you like to try our Oreo milkshake? That sounds good. Our ice cream machine is broke. Snap. Poop. Snap. Boop, snap. This is the bottom, dude, not the top.
I got no sound.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, mate. You're just not hearing us. I hear you.
What
okay.
in hell's name?
Stop eating animals without barbecue sauce.
Nothing. Nothing coming in at all.
Which is weird because the music is going to you as well. I don't know, man. If you listen closely to a seashell, you can hear the ocean. Oh, I want to try. Oh, I want to try. Splash, squash, squish, slosh.
I ain't got no sound coming at all. Not on anything.
That's a bummer, dude.
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing going on. Ninja here says that you're getting sound. I scream, you scream. The police come. It's just plain awkward. Can we avoid this interaction from the get-go?
1 2 1 2. That's all. That's all.
Son? Dad? What are you doing? You told us you were gay. I'm not gay. I just don't want to be expected to make babies. But I want grandchildren. That's it. I'm gay. I just don't want to be expected to make babies. But I want grandchildren. That's it. I'm gay. I just don't want to be expected to make. That's loud. I can hear you. You? Okay. I heard me talking. We should really take some sign language classes so I can communicate with you.
I can't hear you. I've lost all sound.
Yeah, I know. You told us. We hear you, though. Anal Egg Hunt, April 12th, 10 a.m. Free family event.
Nothing.
Coronavirus enters my body. Flintstones vitamins that I ate 20 years ago. I got you, man.
What in fuck's name's happened here?
I feel like we've seen a bunch of these. You're up for execution tomorrow. We can grant you one final meal of your choice. What will it be? We've seen a bunch of these. I like to eat. You're up for execution tomorrow. We can grant you one final meal of your choice. What will it be? We've seen a bunch of these. I like to eat. You're up for execution tomorrow. We can grant you one final meal of your choice. Well, I had to turn them off, or we're going to be in an endless loop here. I'm sorry, folks. He should be able to hear the video. If he doesn't hear the video, that means his audio output isn't working at all. My audio settings looks like they're working. And they're going over to him. So maybe reload your browser, dude. Next. Uh-oh. We got a problem here, man. Looks like somebody bought a professional tool to fix it. Now that be an industrial plunger. Hippity hoppity doo. Yeah, we seen this one. I remember this one. I don't remember that. Divorce selfie? Woohoo! I be done with divorces. Done that already. Twice. Ain't doing it ever again. Good. Now show me some calf raises. Moo. Catch. Moo. That's my boy. Moo. Diploma, you be safe out there, you hear? Moo moo. It hurts. No pain, no gain. No pain, no gain. Hey, when you're on house arrest and you need a beer, there you go. Say that again. They couldn't hear you. I had you turned off because we were listening to the stream.
That was good thinking. Good thinking on his part. I don't know what happened there. I've lost the sound. Totally lost it.
That's Windows, mate.
Yeah.
Continuously screwing with you. Want to go to Fingerling? It's the last stop before Pound Town. I want to know how come Pound Town only has a population of 50.
Everybody's being pounded to death.
Maybe we're thinking they're pounding a different thing.
That could be a distinct possibility, my friend.
That would be bad. And that's the last of the dad jokes.
Well, that was alleviating, shall we say.
Let me tell you, this peach stuff tastes a heck of a lot better when it's ice cold.
Yeah, most of it does, doesn't it?
I feel like the inside of my mouth just got raped by a peach.
Very nice.
Who was drunk?
Ooh, very nice. Sweet peach.
I got a new book.
Oh,
it's called Deception, The Great COVID Cover-Up by Rand Paul.
Oh.
Dr. Rand Paul shines a bright light on Capitol Hill, focusing on the greed, hypocrisy, and pursuit of power in the control that cost millions of American lives. And that summary of this book is what Sean Hannity perceived about this book. Praise for Deception. Dr. Rand Paul, senator from the great state of Kentucky, has never been one to shy away from controversy, particularly when it is to protect and inform the American people. When everyone else wanted to tuck their hands in the sand about COVID, Dr. Paul relentlessly looked for the truth, while his fellow politicians lectured the American people to follow the science. He reminded people about the real science and natural immunity issue, while others bowed to the altar of Dr. Anthony Fauci. He loudly told the American people they were being lied to. So it isn't just RFK Jr. talking about this whole situation. I just got this in. I got a lot of reading to do.
That's one seriously thick book as well.
How the hell can you be an elected member of Congress and have time to write a book like this? Do we have ghost authors that he just puts his name on?
Might be AI, mate.
Nah, the way it's written, it's definitely not AI. I think somebody ghost wrote that book and went to him and said, listen, this is exactly what you've been saying this whole time. I want to say that you're the author. Or he could have paid somebody to ghost write the book.
A lot of them, these celebrities and famous people who write books normally have people working in the background doing it anyway, because they kind of like take the notes that they've noted and put it into a book, so to speak. It's kind of a jointy thing if you think about it.
I was thinking about the same thing with RFK's books, because I've read 3 of them this past year. I haven't read this much since I was in college, working on my master's degrees. And it just boggles my mind. Yes, I understand you know the process of writing. I've written so much myself. You know, you write it, you come up with an outline of what your ideas are to keep them organized, like I do for this show every week. I don't write anything down. but I get it organized so that it makes some semblance of, organizational sense in the totality of the show, which is empowering me to be able to just talk and walk through it week after week after week. But those take it to a whole new level. When they talk in their books, they present all the facts, and unlike this book, RFK's books was written like a scientific paper. Almost every other sentence in the book had a cited source because he didn't want to get sued.
Right.
He's already been sued so many times. So when he wrote the book, he made sure that every sentence, when possible, the source was there to back up what that sentence said. And it wasn't because nobody's going to believe me if I say this. It was legit because he didn't want to be sued. Kind of like when we talk about, the facts of vaping. And Dr. Colin Mendelsohn wrote that book. He had to go over with his lawyers and the editors on exactly what to say and how to say it in a way that he wasn't going to get sued for it either. In Australia being so restrictive on everything.
Definitely, yeah. What is it? They'll have editors and all that stuff in the background. Say, you can't put that down. Okay, and all that kind of shit. Because it's got to pass.
Or if you're going to insist on keeping this part of it, you need to be able to back it up.
Worded differently, perhaps, yeah.
Or did you consider changing the order of your sentence structure so that it says this instead of this? Because this way it's stated might be misconstrued by some people. Whereas if you say it this way, it's crystal clear. It can only be interpreted one way.
Yeah.
With Robert, I'm sure it was more along the lines of, I got all these from all these different sources. He probably wrote the original portion of the book, had somebody else finish off the final details of it, and a whole team of researchers to come up with the research backing what he actually said.
Sounds probably how it worked, yeah.
But I can't imagine this one. Rand Paul's got a schedule. Elected representatives have a schedule that they have to be at so many of these votes and so many of these discussions, and they have to present, their own legislative agendas and stuff. How the hell do you have time to do that?
It might have been, like you say, COVID was X amount of years now, so it's probably not something that's been done overnight. It's probably maybe 2-3 years in the making. You just don't know, do you?
I had to laugh because there's something I came across Twitter this past week that came across my news feed that was sitting there. It was a little video that was published, and the video actually broke down and popped each word up onto the screen, right? And then after the first time it played through, the audio disappeared, and you only could read the subtitle that was popping up onto the screen.
Yeah.
And what it did is this video actually came through and it did it at 30 words per minute. Then it went to 60. Then it went to 120. Then it went to 200 words per minute. Then 400 words per minute. Then 600 words per minute.
Shit.
And the video ended with, if you made it to the end, you were reading at 600 words per minute. You know how few people in the world can read that fast?
No, we are good,
I was like, I didn't think I could read that fast, but obviously I did because I remember the last section of it. So it was weird. It's like anything else, you get a bodybuilder, marathon runners, they get high off of their run and they can do it better than anybody else could. I could never run a marathon.
It's like when you get people that write words where all the letters are back to front, yet you can still decipher it as a word.
But getting 3 master's degrees in 6 years, it was something that I did continuously. It was a requirement. Every week, you had to read all that, then you had to write a paper about what you read. And incorporate other knowledge that you had to do research to elaborate on things. It's just like any other athlete. The more you do it, the better you get at it. The faster you get, the more efficient and proficient you are in it.
Definitely. It's like a musical instrument. It's muscle memory, isn't it? You know, you've got muscle memory. The more you do it, the more easier it gets. Weird,
Probably also the reason
thing,
why my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be.
Oh. Engineering fucked mine up. Reading all these micrometers and verniers and shit. But this was before they were digital. They were tiny, tiny little things, and you're like, yeah. Before you got digital and all that stuff coming along, you had to read. Ooh, it was hard.
Mallory points out because they don't read the bills that they're passing. That is absolutely 100% true. It's impossible for them to read these budget bills, these mega budget bills that they pass, where everybody throws in their rider in agreeing to sign for it. There's no way to read a 7,000-page budget. To know what's in there, to discuss it, and they just vote on it and pass it.
It's like here when they do, like, say, a public inquiry, right? And the public inquiry generates a report. And that report will be like 7,000 pages, and you're like, who the fuck's going to read 7,000 pages of a report? It's astronomical. Here we have a 7,000 page report on, I don't know, the post office scandal, and you're like, 7,000 pages, really? I hope it's in large print.
Oh, they've come down in size. Go away. Final spending package unveiled. Countdown to recess begins. Text release comes with little time to spare before Friday night deadline for the budget, as lawmakers eye their exit out of Congress. This was back in March. Lawmakers released a more than $1.2 trillion six-bill appropriations package early Thursday morning, less than 48 hours ahead of the Friday night deadline for this second and final wrap-up measure for the fiscal year that began October 1st. Both parties were touting wins in the package before unveiling the massive 1,012-page bill, which had already won President Joe Biden's blessing and pledged to sign immediately.
I'm sorry, whoa. There's no way Biden could stay awake while reading 1,000 pages. I'm not for what? 48 hours?
And after seeing the way he's at mentally lately, there's no way he could cognitively understand the contents of a 1,012-page federal budget bill.
Not happening. No way. Hell no. It'll just be, Mr. President, it's okay. Just sign here. Hell no.
Let alone the fact that, to actually read something for full comprehension, you need to read it slower than you normally do. It's not like pleasure reading.
It would take Biden 48 fucking years to read that, then 48 hours. Holy fucking moly. Jesus Christ.
Meanwhile, there's people that fully believe that the government's working at 100% efficiency.
I know how he signed it. Camilla Harris read him a bedtime story. It was his bedtime story. That makes you wonder, doesn't it? Holy moly. Crazy stuff, man. Like I said, nobody reads this shit. I feel sorry for the poor bugger who had to write it. I'm gonna write all this shit and not a fucking soul is gonna read it.
Well, it's like last week we were showing the politician down in Australia, saying that this bill that they're passing down there to censor free speech and legit create multi-classes of citizens where you have professors and academics that are allowed to say whatever the hell they want. Meanwhile, general citizens that look into something become a subject matter expert, which supersedes any scientist or academic, is not allowed to speak about these things because he's not a subject matter expert with academic credentials.
Exactly.
Fuck off. That's not how free speech works. But here he was talking about how disastrous this is for freedom in Australia, and there wasn't a soul in sight inside the House walls of Parliament.
That's right. It was fucking empty, wasn't it? Pretty much. 4 people.
And that's
in
the
there.
way the shit happens here in our country all the time.
It's the same here. You know, you'll get. I mean, my local MP will say, "Oh, such and such from Labour Newcastle had this in the House of Commons to say," and you look in and like, there's fucking 6 people, 3 are asleep, one's reading his fucking paper and one's looking at his phone. They're not interested, man. You know what I mean? It's nuts, man.
It's ridiculous.
Anything like that, all members should be called to that house to listen to it, regardless.
They should be required to read every single word before they get a chance to vote on it. Not only should they read every single word, they should have to pass a fucking test. A comprehension test of what bill they're actually voting on.
Exactly.
And you want to see how quickly these 1,000-page bills turn into, 1 or 2 page bills to get passed.
It's all mumbo jumbo bullshit, man. Bureaucratic crap that you don't need to fucking read anyway. It's all shit.
All right. Time to go on. We could go on and on talking about this kind of stuff for a while, especially after having a little bit of drink. But I think it's for a quick loo break and a retro vape.
Good thinking, my friend. I'll race you.
So I am going to roll a bumper we haven't seen in a long time. This is our message from our sponsor.
Ooh.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what?
But so what?
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? Everybody knows Joe Friday. My daughters tell me that nobody knows him and nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Because what he would say is just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts, ma'am. Very droll, dry. Because people want to give their editorial comments. Well, I think this, I think this. No. Let's just start with the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what we do. Joe Friday. Get to know him.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you? What kind of kick are you on, sir?
A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, Vandy Vape created the Jackaroo kit. This beautiful single 21700 mod features a beautiful stock tank and is relatively indestructible. How do I know? Because my favorite as of late has been the Jackaroo mod. So it's time to unwrap this retro vape and fill it with some beautiful e-liquid. I think we're going to go with Vapetasia's Pink Lemonade. We'll give her a shot and see what she tastes like in there. So what does this thing look like? First off, it is heavy. This is definitely not a light tank. Pull the scale out. Here's the unboxing for you. Look at that. She's beautiful. Oh. I like the smooth finish on this one. This one was nice when I first got it because I'm like, oh yeah, it's not going to drop, you know, because it's not smooth. And this can get a little slick on the outside. It's a rubberized finish, but it's very smooth. So the oil from your skin eventually wears down and it gets kind of slippery. We'll see if this one gets to be like that.
Sorry, but mine lasted quite longer than I thought it would.
That's all right, mate. That worked out nice.
See me.
This is a little annoying, but it does work, and it is, you know, probably as good as it can be. The screw on.
I hate them too, but yeah, I do like them. I've got one on. You think that one's bad? Look at that one on the MX Mini. Look at it. It's horrible.
Yeah.
You've got to get your finger. You know that's your mod there. You've got to get your finger in. It's horrible. I hate them.
And they did include an 18650 adapter.
Ooh.
I don't know why I would want to use this with a single 18650. A 21700 doesn't last me a whole day. I need to swap it out around 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So that's nice that that was included in there. But let's be realistic. A single 21700.
I think most 21700 mods do offer reducers. I mean, I think it's just run of the mill shit to put in, even though you're probably never going to use it.
Listen, in a pinch, it would have been great to have. But if I got 21700 batteries, well, I want spares ready to go. And look at the display. I love how beautiful, clear, crystal clear this display is.
You found the answer to that one, Cheryl. Who can be the fastest?
Yeah, I got back before the first bumper was done and the message from our sponsor. I grabbed the retro vape, had it sitting here, and then that's the nice thing about having a dual monitor setup. I have a little mouse over here that I can control OBS.
And then Mallory's popped in with, what does Popeye use as lubricant? Olive oil.
Olive oil.
Shit.
Beautiful display. And as you can see, this one's got bunged up a little bit already. So it's definitely not indestructible.
Oh dear, what happened to that one?
Look at the puff counter, dude.
Holy shit. That's been around the clock a few days, has it not?
25,045 puffs.
Shit. You chin vapor.
No, it's just my all-day vape. I love the mod. It does the job. It's heavy. You can feel it. And that'll be represented here for your edification.
Well, it's with all this friggin' IP6 fucking dustproof, waterproof bullshit. It's all the rubber and everything that bolt onto it, didn't it? And make it all...
So you saw me. I put a blue battery in there. The blue battery is 68 grams, right? So if you really want to know how much the mod is by itself, you have to subtract 68 grams. 284 grams.
Jesus.
That is a heavy-duty mod. There ain't no doubt about it. In comparison, here's the Smock Mag P3, another heavy-duty mod, 400 grams. But this one has dual 18650 batteries in it. That one's just a single.
Not far behind it, though, is it?
Here we have our Dovepo MV that's dripping e-liquid out of this German 103 tank. Ugh.
Very nice.
113 grams.
Oh my
no
God.
batteries. Crystal see-through mod.
I'm assuming it's mostly like a plastic in it, or a...
Yeah. That one with a battery is 284 grams. Less than the Smock Mag P3. So it's not unreasonable, but it definitely feels hefty.
The heavy, sturdy mod, basically.
Yes. Why I love it.
Except for the screen.
Listen, everything we have here, this one's a touch screen, but it's glass. Don't fucking drop it. This is my third one because I love the pistol grip and the feel of this mod so much I had to buy another one. But I've got two sitting on the shelf behind me with busted glass. Do they still work? Yes. Will I chance using it even sitting on my desk? No. Because it's only one fall away from that screen never working again.
That one there's the original one, the very first one that came out, and that still works.
Yeah, we pulled that out last week.
The tank's fucking minging like. I mean, I don't even know if I've got any coils for it anymore now. What? I can't remember what tank's on this.
Look at this.
The TF fucking TF whatever.
Do they still do that? Include a clear plastic cover? No.
I don't remember what tank that is actually. Just got a tank on, doesn't tell you where it is. If I remember correct, I think it was seized. I couldn't get it apart.
That's like here, the silicone that they're using for these O-rings nowadays. Screw on top.
Yeah, definitely say it seized that. That's how old that is. That's seized solid. That I would have to fucking get some pliers or something, or put a vice and get that apart. It's absolutely solid.
And the thing is, it's attached literally to the glass. I need to transfer this silicone O-ring over, and this is one of those lipped ones.
Oh, that's no way that's coming off.
You see how it's got that lip in there? Definitely don't want that to get stretched out. Because that sits down in here. And then it creates the seal for your lip here. Coil. What coil come included with this from Vandy Vape? 0.15 ohms, 50 to 90 watts. Beautiful mesh. Nice thick shag cotton there. And is this so tight in here like the smock tanks? Yes.
Holy moly.
It does not want to come out. Where's my non-marring pliers?
Why do they put them in so fucking tight though? That's the thing, isn't it?
I don't know. I legit had to take the nylon off of the one jaw just to get the coil to come loose. But I've learned, do it now while the tank is still new and empty. Because if you do this after it and it's covered in e-liquid, even when you wash it off, it's still a pain in the wazoo. So put it in and make it just tight enough that it catches. I'm going to lube that sucker up a little bit like we did your eye hole earlier.
Oh, dear.
Oh, this smells so freaking gorgeous. I want to make one of these. I want to make that for DIY liquids. Gorgeous. Buttery smooth goes in now. Top is quarter turn, not actually screw on. Cool. Screw that onto the mod. And wow, fits in there like a glove. How many smoke tanks did we have that problem with where the nipple wouldn't fit into there?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so we got that all juiced up for now. We'll take the glass and put it back in here and see what else comes in this package. Will it come out? Or is it stuck in here like everything else? Look at that, nice and organized. Here we have our USB cable. It's a micro USB. That's how old it is. 0.3 ohm coil. That's also a beautiful mesh coil. And that one is rated 40 to 60 watts. If you want a little bit of
look
less
at this,
vapor.
man. How old is the original bag? Look at this. She is still grafting. Look. Still
That is gorgeous.
How old is this thing? How old is that thing? And it's still good. Holy shit, man.
Do you have the original TFV8 coils in there, or what coils came with that?
Well, that's the original tank, but it's seized. It's just rotted away, so that needs properly. I don't really know what it is. TF fucking whatever it is. I can't remember.
The nice thing is the TFV8 coil was superseded by the TFV9 with the exact same threads. So they're interchangeable. You can put a TFV9 coil in a tank that took TFV8s.
I mean, this is me. I've just stuck me dead rabbit tank on, you know, and it's, look at that. It didn't look too bad. Nice little silver tank on the top of it. Lovely. But it still grafts. Wow.
Proper use guide. Don't put this on a mech. The pin does not protrude enough. Warranty card. And a proper book. Look at that user manual.
Why is it that? 20 different languages.
So we'll put all of the peripherals back in the container.
And there she drops. Yeah.
Here's your cover. Like even the printing on the sleeve is amazing. Look at the shiny portion right for the mod.
Yeah.
Versus the dull matted finish on the rest of it.
There'll be a standard
attention to
box.
detail.
All they'll just stick a different mod on every time. That box has probably been used for the last 4 mods, and they've just stuck a different mod on the front.
And quite honestly, they use the same type of packaging for millions of other things, not just electronic cigarettes. Yeah. It's all in China, you know, and it's all custom carved out foam that they order, you know, by the pallet load. And just like any other assembly line, even in auto manufacturing, you know, they used to have pallets of different parts, and the assembly line would just sit there and manufacture them all. Vandy Vape Jackaroo kit.
Looks nice. Nice looking kit.
Looks exactly like it is on the box. I'll have to hand them that much. Attention to detail. Beautiful.
What's the, with it being a single battery, what's the max wattage? 100 watts?
Single 21700. Well, we'll check it here. We'll go into the menu while we're waiting for that. Turn it up so you can see.
Watts, yeah. Oh, it's
doesn't round robin.
Most of them are.
Doesn't round robin.
A shame.
It read the coil accurately though.
0.14, yeah.
And this is 50 to 90 watts. So we'll set it off at 50 to give her a start.
Under the headphones.
Five clicks to turn it on, 5 clicks to turn it off. That's it. Nothing else. That's all she wrote, man. Kiss. Keep it simple for the stupid.
Yeah.
Well, you think she sat long enough? Soaked up that lovely juice? I can't believe how much that panel makes a difference in the feel of this whole thing. This feels so much smoother.
Hmm.
All right.
Ergonomics. Ergonomics.
Airflow. Open up the airflow, dummy. That's some airflow.
Out of air. Right.
Delicious? It does have that kind of off taste that some of those Sigelli coils used to have. Not as bad as the Sigelli ones, though. But it is recognizable as an off taste. What you looking at there, mate?
Just comment in chat. Anybody familiar with crypto? That's a bit random, isn't it? Must be a fucking spanner.
Now your video's frozen.
Oh.
What the hell?
Oh, God, the fucking Dangle fucking Clacks are here the day, like.
That's just like my other OBS computer did the exact same thing with the webcam there. Twice now, I've refreshed the source of it to reactivate the camera. I don't know why.
Very fucking odd. This is very odd this evening, my friend.
Maybe because it's been sitting a while, Cheryl says. That's a possibility.
There you go, I'm back.
Maybe because it was in that sealed tank and the silicone was starting to degrade. Maybe to absorb some of that flavoring agents or compounds that were released by the silicone drying up. All right, let's get some flavor to this thing. Let me turn the airflow down halfway. There's no real restriction in the airflow turning it down halfway, but it did change the way it sounds.
Yeah.
50 watts is definitely not enough. Let's waken this flavor up. Let's go up to 60. Now I'm getting a brighter, fuller flavored lemon. Still no real sweetness to it. Open the airflow some more. We'll go to 70. Go to 75, wide open airflow.
Yeah, you probably just need to push it a little bit, maybe. Get it back to where it should be.
Now I've got some crackling coming from those mesh coils, which is kind of surprising. Because it was rated for 90. I think what this tank breaks in, it's like a lot of the old stuff. You need a full tank of e-liquid to break in your coils.
That's right, yeah. The old you know what.
But it's definitely conveying the nick. Now that I've got it at 75 and I'm taking full tokes of it. She's a cloud sucker
as well. Yeah.
She's a little cloudy little fucker.
Yeah.
And it's a fully saturated vape, so now I'm getting the full profile, full flavor profile. Let's turn it down to 65. Close the airflow a little bit. Third of the way. And I think I'm going to settle in.
You'll get that hot spot in a tick. That lovely little spot.
That's where my comfort zone is. A third of the way closed for the airflow adjustment. And 65 watts on the mod.
And you're getting all the
fully wet saturated vape. You're still getting a lot of clouds. You're not actually chucking the clouds, but you do get a fully enjoyable vape experience from that mod and tank.
Awesome.
This is one of the rare tanks that we've done as a retro vape that I wish I would have reviewed it as soon as I got it. That is worthy of its own video reviewing this tank.
Oh, it's a decent tank, yeah.
And Vandy Vape was never known for bad coils. So my only question that I'm left with is how long is that coil going to last before it needs to be replaced? Can I get a full 10 days out of it consistently? That's my only real question.
It's a remains unanswered. It's how you vape, isn't it? That's what makes it subjective. You know, your chain
and what juice you put in it. You know yourself that there's some juices that you put it in there, and they're coil killers. You can't get through an entire 100 ml bottle on a single coil.
Not that too.
You get halfway through it, and it's time to change coils.
Yeah.
And there's other tanks. You can plow 120 mils through it without the coil going bad. I wouldn't try another bottle. I would use that as an opportunity to try a different flavor with a brand new set of coils and start off from scratch again. But that is a very enjoyable vape.
Once again, some tanks fried better with fruits, some tanks fried better with fucking sweet dessert stuff. You know, it depends.
And you can manipulate that to some degree with your mod, you know, adjusting the wattage up, you get a brighter accent for your fruits and your sweets. And then you get to a point where subjectively, if you turn it up to the full capacity of that coil is rated at 90 watts, you're going to be degrading a lot of those ingredients inside to create the vape.
Oh,
for the sake of chucking more clouds. It's not worth it in my book.
No.
I try to be the connoisseur of these liquids, and it's just like you can't do it when you're pushing it at the extreme ends of the envelope. Both on when it's too low, running it at 50 watts, you'll never get an enjoyable vape out of it as much as you can if you bump the wattage up, even 5 watts, and turn your airflow down halfway.
Yeah.
So if you want less clouds and more saturated vape, you can do it that way. But very few people did that. They vaped it at fully open, or if it whistled too much, they turn it down a little bit just to get rid of the whistling and accept it for what it was.
I think when it came to flavor, I think in the early days, the people weren't that bothered. They just wanted clouds.
They wanted to not smoke. That's all they give a shit about.
And then as your tanks evolve, they become more
flavor chasers.
Flavor. Yeah.
Oh. I know you hate it, man, but I love this cold coffee.
Oh. It's gotta be hot.
No, because the coffee flavor is even more accentuated. It's a completely different experience. The residual coffee flavors and tones that I get on my tongue are so different than when you're drinking a hot coffee. That's practically burning your taste buds off of your tongue.
You don't have it burn your ass out. You just have a nice, warm, hot temperature, and it's just...
That's more enjoyable than this. Warm. Definitely tell the alcohol in there now. 14%. Peach is too strong. This needs to be poured over a glass of ice.
Yeah. Just to water it down a little touch.
Oh, yeah. All right, time for a random recipe. Alrighty, before we go and jump into our random recipe to see what we can make, I have my beautiful package that I got from DIY Flavors in Canada. This is what I used to order my Sugarloaf Pineapple from Vape Train and my Orange Tang from Vape Train. And this is the bottles that they send their products over in. This is very different than like what Bull City Flavor does. See, Bull City Flavor sends all their stuff with their labels on it, and it shows you the barcode for the lot number when they order it in. There's no barcodes on here, but they do have a lot number that's right here in the bottom corner, so that if there's a problem with a batch, they can trace it to who ordered it and when. And they also put a best before date on here, which I thought was pretty cool. Beautiful flavoring ingredient, and I'm going to have to rebottle this in order to try this out and use it in my recipes. However, their smaller packages, their smaller size bottles, do appear to me more traditional. And I like the fact that they send theirs in a vacuum sealed bag.
Bull
City Flavors sends theirs in a zip bag, whereas this was sent in a vacuum sealed bag. And as usual, I'm going to keep adding to my repertoire of flavorings. We have Vape Train's Butterscotch, Vape Train's Carrot Cake, which, looking at ELR, a lot of the people say that this carrot cake is good enough to be a one-shot by itself. You throw this and a sweetener together in an e-liquid, and this is one-shot worthy to experience carrot cake e-liquid.
Really?
And then we have some cherry liqueur, coffee liqueur, and creme brulee. This order, I have 5 bottles that are 30 mils, 2 120 ml bottles. Cost me $130 to order from Canada.
Damn.
That's expensive. Compared to Bull City flavors, that is expensive. I would say almost twice what it would cost from Bull City flavors if Bull City carried these ingredients. So,
damn.
Darren's flavors, I thought some of those things were expensive, but those were based on Australian prices. Once you convert them to dollars, it was actually cheaper to order from Australia than it was to order from Canada.
Okay, now.
Regardless, I clicked on what can we make today, and here's a list of the recipes for us. Honeydew Me Pod, honeydew wild melon, very pungent, potent flavors, both of them, especially the wild melon from Flavora. Total flavoring 9%. You will definitely get pod-worthy e-liquid out of those ingredients, especially if you throw in WS-23. 1.5% of that. It'd be too much cooling for my preferences, but to each their own.
Ouch.
And 1% of super sweet. So that's a nice recipe. Look at this lemon lime custard. Very simple. Lemon juice from Capella, key lime from TPA, both at 2%. Legendary custard from Mullenberry at 4%, which takes a full month before you can experience the profile of that. And they chose not to put any sweetener in.
Month? Dear me.
That will not taste like a custard without sweetener.
No.
I'm sorry, it just won't. At least to my palate, it wouldn't. Depending on what your sweetness consumption is on a regular basis, you're going to need to adjust it to your liking. Hippie Fresh Pies. Dustin made Fresh Pies made Hippie's Chaos Cookies. A little simple recipe for hippie vapes. You know, we're a biscuit at 1%, which can take over your recipe after an extended period of time, like 6 to 9 months, if you're not careful. Custard Premium from Flavor Art at 1%, and Lemon Cream Wafer from Kamenovatic. That looks like a fantastic recipe.
Never heard of them, like Kamenovatic.
Kamenovatic, yes. I think they're related or to Inawera. Kamenovatic. Isn't that who Vic went to go visit in Poland? I thought it was Inawera. Or are they the same company? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
It's always a mystery when you're dealing with vape suppliers. I never understood that.
I think that's
we don't
sometimes
become familiar enough with the company.
I think that's sometimes like, well, obviously people that's new to Mixin, I think that's part of the minefield is, you know, which supplier do you use for A, B, or C? You know what I mean? That's what makes it more complicated. I mean, like you say, more established mixers will use various suppliers, you know, but somebody start out, they're going, what do I want to go on there? Why do I want to go on there?
Well, because you've tried them all, or you've like followed the flavor testers that are out there, you know, going through all of the limes, all the pineapples. And
That's
when
what I
you
mean,
get your own flavoring ingredients, that's something you can do for yourself. Go and single flavor test like all the apples. And you find out what is your favorite apple to use in recipes. And then you try recipes with that, and you try subbing it out with like your second favorite apple. How does that alter your recipe? And that all takes a lot of time to understand how these work with or against each other.
Yeah.
And you may end up having an ingredient that you only use as a one shot because it doesn't like to play well with others, no matter what you choose to complement it or contrast it with.
Definitely. That one had a lot of cooling. That one, 30%. Jesus. Wow.
Yeah, it's 30% is the coolant that's put into PG at a ratio of 30% coolant, the rest being just PG. And then that is established as your base flavoring, and it's used as a flavor modifier because it gives you that icy sensation. And depending on the WS, whether it's 23 or one of the other ones, you know, it may be 30%, might be 20%, might be 10%. And it all depends on how much you use it. Like, you know, you get somebody like Dimitri that puts ice in everything. All of his DIY liquids, all of his liquids that he vapes has ice in it. So he becomes numb to it after a period of time. And you need to up and keep upping your ice to keep experiencing it.
I'm not a big fan of coolant. Like, nah. I don't mind the odd one a little bit, but I'm not a big fan of it.
Miyagi's mango mix.
Miyagi, the famous Miyagi. Polar blast.
Used to be an Aussie bloke and moved, if I'm not mistaken. He's still in South Asia somewhere, but I don't think he's in Australia anymore. Or I might be mistaken. It's a problem when you have Alzheimer's. You can't remember what's accurate information and what's old information.
Exactly. I'm like that every day. It's a story of my life, mate.
And then there's also different flavoring agents. Like you got WS23 and then you have Polar Blast. They're both an icing agent, but Polar Blast, even though it's a concentrated flavor art ingredient, isn't as harsh on the cooling aspects as WS23. It's more of a menthol base, I think, than it is a WS ingredient.
But yeah.
Miyagi's Simple Blue Raz. Here we have Flavora Blue Raz, Polar Blast at 1%, and Super Sweet at half. That truly is a simple recipe.
Really is, no? 3 ingredients.
You know what? I've taken such a vacation, such a holiday from Blue Raz. I think it's time. Maybe next week we'll do that. I will just mix up a bunch of different blue raspberry flavors and see what we can come up with. Kind of compare them all.
Well, definitely. It's something I'll try, but I've only been all day vapor as life.
I'm not sure what I'm in the mood for today. I want something that's not so simple. That kind of leans towards this lemonade, limeade kind of sphere.
I mean,
something to be a nice transition away from that.
Cheryl,
butter rum.
Butter rum. Butter rum.
Why don't we do that? Instead of making a random recipe, why don't we just develop something today? Let's look at my flavor stash. Yes, I finally surpassed 600 flavors. 603. Let's see what kind of rum I have. Oh, look at that rum. List of rum ingredients. We have SSA's rum with honey. Rum and raisin from Flavors. Light rum from Vape Train. Jamaican rum from TPA. Crumbly cookie is not a rum. Crumble topping is not a rum. Cookie crumble is not a rum. Coconut rum. Ooh. That sounds really good. And Sicilian Miss citrus from Flavor Art. That's not a rum either.
The two that jump out at me is
Grumman.
Jamaican rum. It's Jamaican rum or rum and raisin. Oh, I'm a big sucker for rum and raisin. Love rum and raisin ice cream.
Now all I need is
divine.
an oatmeal flavor.
Oh, it's divine.
Oatmeal cookies with rum and raisin.
Ooh.
Those would be a beautiful complimentary pastry
Oh,
for
hell
you
yeah.
to try. A cookie. Crumbly cookie. Well, why don't we just take this here? Even though, you know, crumbles has rum in the word, R-U-M in the word, so it doesn't know the difference. But why don't we just use this list and come up with a recipe to make?
Definitely.
All right. So we'll go with crumbly cookie from SSA as the base.
Yeah.
What else we got? Jamaican rum from TPA.
Jamaican rum, man. A bit of Jamaican.
Okay. So we have some Jamaican rum that's going to give it a nice spice to it. And let's go with flavors rum and raisin. Or should we go with SSA's rum with honey?
Oh, rum and raisin all day.
Okay.
Oh. That's going to be like a dark rum with real. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. I bet that's delicious.
You know, the thing is, when I smell this, I get a picture in my brain of I would like to take and put some of that on a little Debbie oatmeal cookie.
Hell yeah. Oh my lord. If it's flavors.
Rum and raisin, some Jamaican rum. We have to be very gingerly with that. Crumbly cookie by SSA.
Most probably a bit of sweetener, perhaps.
SSA's whipped cream.
Ooh. Oh, now you're.
Because I'm talking about that oatmeal cookie, the little Debbie oatmeal cookie. That center portion of it, we need to get that sickeningly sweet cream flavor. Whipped cream from SSA is the most potent whipped cream that I know of, and you can push the shit out of it.
Oh. I am. Sounds good. Sounds really good.
And we're gonna back up that cookie with some Flavor Art Cookie Premium. Look how dark that is.
Nice. It's fucking black nearly, isn't it? Looks like
That's as dark as some of the coffee flavors that I have.
Jesus.
All right.
Dark. That's gonna be dark. It's gonna look like fucking rum. Nice dark color. I've been while you're getting stuff ready, I've been playing with me voice meter now, and I've added virtual DJ
Yeah.
And Deezer. Deezer's a bit like Spotify music platform.
Yeah, Deezer's actually built in. You can play Deezer songs through Virtual DJ.
Yeah.
I had a Deezer sub.
Yeah, and play me Deezer through with Virtual DJ because it's just gone through the browser, I think. The browser input, and you just pick your Deezer. But I've got Virtual DJ and I've got a separate one for Deezer if I just want to sit and fuck about with that. And I was like getting loads of freebie skins as well for Virtual DJ. I was like, I've played about with it last week. Kind of cool.
All right. Let me bring up Notepad.
Notepad to jot down your quantities.
Yeah, because I'm legit just copying that list of ingredients that we have there. So I have an idea of what's there, and we're going to create a recipe. And 10 mils should work for that.
And then 10 mil.
We'll go with 6. Yeah. Add flavor.
Ooh.
Cookie premium. And crumbly cookie.
Oh, God.
From SSA.
So good.
Jamaican rum, man.
The Jamaican rum. Oh, yes.
And rum. Rum and raisin. Now that's going in there with another rum, so we're going to cut that in half of where it would need to be a pronounced flavoring. And then whipped cream.
Ooh.
We're going to push that at 2. Is 2 going to be enough? Let's go with 3. Yeah, well, that's what we're going to go with. And we're going to add some super sweet to this.
Of course.
We'll start off at a half. We can always add more if we need to, if it's not sweet enough. So we'll save this up. We're going to call this Kenny's Rum Cookie.
There we go. Named after me. What can I say? Oh, I'm honored. Boom.
All right, man. Let's get the Jamaican rum out.
The Jamaican rum, man.
0.62 of our secret sauce.
Oh, yes, the secret sauce. Don't forget the secret sauce. This fucking jet. Holy fuck.
Close enough.
Not far away. Boom. Camera view changed.
Okay, man. Cookie premium. Our nice, dark, delicious.
Some said it looks like a rum.
That smells like a rich cookie.
Very nice.
Like if you were to make a chocolate chip cookie and forgot to put the chocolate chips in,
that's what
what this smells like. Not the batter, the cooked cookie.
Yes, the cooked cookie. The finished
0.11. Hard to believe just a couple drops is all that took.
Bang on the nail as well. Bang on the nail.
Here we go. SSA's crumbly cookie.
Remember to, that's it.
This is a much lighter cookie. Maybe it smells like a snickerdoodle without the cinnamon. If you forgot to put the cinnamon in it.
A snickerdoodle. Oh.
0.15.
Talking minuscule drops here, like. Little one, yeah. Bang on the nail again. Getting good at this, like.
A Jamaican drum, man.
Oh, the Jamaican.
Ooh, is that a spice drum? Holy moly. Oh, God. Oh, this would pair fantastic with carrot cake.
Really? Ooh.
Oh, spiced cake. All right, 0.1.
I'm not a fan of carrot cake. Ugh.
No.
No, I'm not made it slow. I don't know. There's something just not quite right about it.
I love carrot cake.
It was drizzled or drowned in coffee and custard. Nebbies.
0.10. All right, don't want to jinx myself and talk about this. Now we're going to go with flavors, rum and raisin.
That smells fucking gorgeous. Yeah.
0.3.
I bet that smells divine.
It does.
Oof. That's why we should have smell-o-vision. We should be able to smell everything. We need smell-o-vision.
I'm going to have to order some more of this. SSA's whipped cream.
Ooh, yes, the whipped cream.
0.3.
Get it in there, my son.
Okay. Little PG. 1.45.
Ooh. That actually looks like a small glass of rum. It does. It actually looks like a glass of rum.
No smell.
It looks like you just literally drink it.
There we go.
Not that I would recommend that, folks. Don't drink e-liquid. That's not a good idea.
Little Capella super sweet. I'm hesitant about this one. Hold on a second. Where's my Purellum? Because it likes to pour out of that Capella. That's great for making 120 ml bottles, but it always was too easy to overdo it with that. Okay, so super sweet is 0.05. We're just gonna need a hair for this.
Boom. Stop it. You better pack it in, lad.
If that vape's as good as that smells, we're in for a treat. All right, 8.83 to finish this recipe off.
Shit. In one. Get it down, you. Like a little rum shot.
All right, just a hair over. That's all right.
All the stoppers in and the lid's on and shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Shake it on, baby.
Twist and shout, twist and shout.
Come on, come on, come on, baby, now.
Come on, baby.
Work it on out.
Work it on out.
Love it, love it, love it.
I miss DJing car shows. That was fun. Blue moon.
What you did the other week with that music thing, that was fun. You need to do that again, mate. That was good fun. Little music quiz thing you done the other week was awesome. That was fun. That enjoyed that.
I like to twist things up every once in a while and put something different on.
Yeah. I don't like that look. Don't you dare. I don't like that look.
Fuck, is that good? Folks, you may have just witnessed the birth and creation of Kenny's rum cookie. Fuck
I can't
me.
take the credit for it, like. I can't take the credit, obviously.
Why is it when I do a random recipe that I actually create the recipe rather than using somebody else's?
See?
I love it.
With vapes that well, though. Come on, everything's looking good. Everything's looking good.
Guess what I didn't do for today?
You haven't got something prepared. Gotta get on a dripper. Gotta go on a dripper.
Time for Deuce's Jack to make a comeback.
You've got to put on a dripper that you absolutely love.
When's the last time you saw a dripper with a glass top like that?
Yeah,
Who did that?
A long time ago. Long time
Who
ago.
did that?
Hang on. Was it... Oh shit, you've got us there. Well, who the fuck was it again? I think I've actually got it somewhere as well, to be honest with you. I'm just seeing if it's in my stash here. No, I'm seeing it here. Oh, how well then, put it in me fucking misery, man. Was it, wasn't with tofu. Fuck. Can't remember. Brain fart. It was the... Oh. Fuck, it's in my head. I know who it was. I've got it upstairs. Okay, come on. Oh, man. Oh, God. What was it again? I'm going to have to... Nah, I'm going to have to...
You filthy mongrel.
That's it, the mongrel. That's it. I knew it. Mongrel. I've got her upstairs as well. I've definitely got her upstairs. Did you also know?
The only problem with this mongrel is when I installed the coil, I didn't put the airflow reducer in there.
Have you got the solo RDA?
Which solo?
Blaze solo RDA. Have you got that?
I don't think so.
Because that's got a glass one as well, apparently.
Does it?
Yes. I don't know if it comes with the kit or you've got to buy it separate.
Oh.
That's as good, you know, because nothing sticks to glass. It's, I don't know why it hasn't took off so much. Glass is awesome. I love these little IVG, those IVGs are lovely.
Arc Fox. 76 watts. Too high.
Oh,
0.22 ohms.
2.2. Ooh, you want to be down with it?
I think 50 would be too much.
Let's have a look.
That's where I'm gonna start off.
Bastard.
You would need another 0.5% of sweetness.
There's me watt calculator, right? There you go. 58.9 cool, 69.6 nice, warm 80.2.
God, is that gorgeous?
Really, honestly. Oh man. Oh man. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's
You
melting
get the
it.
sweetness of a raisin on this, especially on the finish. The inhale is the sharpness of the rum, that alcoholic and spiced notes. Your mouthfeel and the tail end of the vape is your cookie. And the residual
raisin.
sweetness of raisin lingering afterwards.
God almighty.
Holy shit, was that simple?
And so good. That 10 million volt. Give it time to sleep, for God's sake. Shit. Uh-oh. Can't believe that, like, you just rattled that off.
And it's weird because when you're exhaling it, especially exhaling it through your nose, my nose is picking up all kinds of like sweet cookie essence, right? But I got like this dry residual raisin flavor on my tongue. I just need that raisin on my tongue to be a little sweeter. To kind of match. But then again, maybe that's what makes this work. Maybe it's that contrast between the smooth, sweet odor and the mouthfeel being drier, that you get that accentuated, punchy rum raisin cookie.
It's the spice that'll dry you. It's normally you find with rum the spice that makes you have that dry feeling, because that's what I like.
But you need it.
Yeah.
You need it to contrast that cookie.
Definitely.
What a fucking amazing shake and vape. I am so chuffed to bits with this.
I'll have 120 mil, 3 milligram, please.
Yup. Yup.
Oh, imagine that in an ice cream as well. Imagine an ice cream done like that. That'd be cool as well, wouldn't it? Rum and raisin ice cream. That'd be awesome. And that's gone in his menu. That's gone in his collection. Boom.
Right off the shake. No waiting.
That's unbelievable.
Now I got to wonder what this is going to be like in a month when that whipped cream... You know what? SSA's whipped cream is pretty damn stable. It doesn't change a whole lot over time. And that cookie premium definitely is the base of this.
Definitely, yeah.
And the crumbly cookie aspect of it does broaden that palate some. This is perfect the way it is. I love it. I truly do.
So say you steeped it. I mean, what do you think would come through more, or is it just nicely balanced as it is?
I hope nothing changes. I hope maybe the sweetness is accentuated with the steep.
Yeah.
Because you know how whipped cream can be a sweet experience by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I got a little bit of a crackle on that coil this last time when I inhaled, and I got a little bite of that on my tongue, it's just as good as the knuckle test.
Really? Wow.
That's your new fucking rum cookie.
Well done, sir. Well done. See, mate.
Job done. Show's over. Sorry.
You don't need other people's recipes. You can do it yourself, you see. You should do more, mate. Honestly.
Let me wash it down with coffee.
It's just amazing how much you surprised yourself as well.
Beautiful, nice iced coffee. Punchy on the coffee, like it was made with espresso, even though it wasn't. It's just the fact I'm no longer using that fucking sugar-laced sweetener. It's just half and half in there. Yeah. I still have that residual coffee flavor on my palate, and I get the full flavor of a raisin rum cookie. Job done.
Damn. Awesome, mate. Well done.
Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead. We'll be back same time, same place next week. Hasta la vista, baby.
I'm sitting here slightly jealous now, folks. He's sitting vaping away on a lovely flavour. I'm just sitting, yeah. Anyway, as always, thank you everybody in chat for joining us, and a few new faces. I mean, I don't know if we've been in before, but I know some few new faces. Get back and get your words out. Thank you, boys and girls, for joining us. As always, the show would never be the same without you. Again, thanks to Alex for still here after so long. We're still plodding on. And as always, guys, you know, get onto all my social media, upload your posts, your comments, you know, pet pictures, hand checks, all that stuff. He's all got it down there. All these links and everything are there to get in touch. So, as always, boys and girls.
Delicious.
Oh, just listen to them. You know what I mean? I've got to put up with this. You know, the things I've got to put up with. Anyway, until next week, boys and girls, you all stay safe, vape safe, And we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Oh.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.